Hello, Jupiter meowing in the background. We're gonna maybe try to give Jupiter a treat later and get him on the cat cam. I didn't want to give it to him yet. He wants it now and later. Greedy Jupiter. We're gonna start with the replay from the Discord. I just have to go grab it real quick. Yo, NPR, what's up? I saw you sneak into the chat early. Hey, don't scratch my foot. No. All right, let's see if we can get this. I've been thinking starting the stream with a one from Discord could be nice, because then we're starting to get like every platform somewhat involved. Not that Discord's really a platform, but it is kind of a hub for the community to some degree, along with like YouTube and Twitch. And I used to be more involved with like giving replay feedback to the Discord, but then it was tough to keep up with everything. But I'd kind of like to renew that. So I think lately, if we like start the replay streams with like a quick Discord one, or like if anytime we have like random downtime and we're taking a break, maybe we'll hop into this, and then after that it like kind of goes back to Twitch and YouTube viewers who are here. I think that's a good mix. Now we're starting with a Chen one. Chen's not very common, but because this guy was in this like divine to ancient game, and he's divine. Usually a lot of times divine players, hold on, wait, let me do the timestamp. So okay, timestamp, so anyone who clicks this now gets to hear everything I'm about to say. The reason I decided to look at this one, kind of random, but two, divine players usually making their way into immortal, trying to improve, it's usually about playing faster. It's not like brand new stuff. It's just like trying to be a little faster at what you already know. And there are improvements to be made, but that's always the case. And then Chen overlaps that, because like a lot of times Chen, not that I'm a huge Chen player, but I see a decent amount of Chen at like while casting the professional matches. Chen's gameplay is kind of like have a good game and push the tempo. So it's like an overlapping goal here, and that's why I thought we could really double down on it in this replay. Yo, Lax, what up? I know this Elden Ring rematch streamer getting into Dota now. We're really moving into some new stuff. How closely are you following EWC? Not that closely. As you can see, we're streaming, and I think it's currently going on right now. I'm kind of watching stuff in the mornings when I'm like prepping and getting ready. I sometimes have the stream open, but a lot of times I've been like getting other stuff done in that window as well. So I haven't been watching as many EWC games, I'll be honest. I've been slowly working out through some other stuff. Jupiter is screaming in another room. I can hear him. The time zones are also a little off for me. Okay, let's get started. So like I said, not too much of a Chen player myself, but I'll share the things like as we get to different moments of, here's what I would see a very high-level Chen player do, blah, blah, blah. You are starting with the Hellbear, actually. You don't usually see this one. It used to be... So Satyr Convert's the most common. The Hellbear was sometimes taken when Nyx could kill things with mana. And then this would help your laning stage. I don't think... One, that's not a thing anymore. So I haven't seen anybody do this. Even in games where it's like, oh, maybe the death throw is kind of cool. I almost always see the Satyr Convert. I'm not going to try to say like you can't, because I'm not a Chen player, but yeah, first point of feedback, Satyr Convert seems to be the best and the default. Was this the next level bait for the first blood? bring him in. Looks like we first blooded ourselves. Unluck. Come here, Jupiter. Here, you want to be... so bright today. Did my lights reset? Look at you, Jupy. Yeah, you're gonna be bright. The camera's right in front. What are you looking at? Is there a ghost? Demons afoot. He's screaming for treats. Give me treats, give me treats. Look how long he is. All right, you want to hang around or you want to go? He's going. I don't know why my lights are so bright suddenly. We'll give him a treat later. I'll try to get the cat cam. They haven't been in the cat cam in a while, but I'll move it. I'll feed him a treat in the corner where the cat cam can reach, and maybe we can get him on stream for a little bit more. Okay. So you guys tried that like first blood stuff. I don't really mind if you guys go for it. That particular execution was maybe a little funny. Not too worried. And you have a Queen of Pain carry. So we can't control the drafts, you know? We won't worry about it too much. We'll focus more on small tips to help you in your general gameplay, and then see for opportunities of Chen specifically. We're going to start with this sentry. You're playing versus Bounty Hunter. So who is it more important for to maintain sentries on the field? It's way more important for you, right? Because if no one has a sentry here, Bounty's happy. So you're by default losing, and you need sentries to stay alive in this lane. So when you plop it in the middle, you're like guaranteeing that this will work for the first 30 seconds to a minute. And then when he decides to contest it, you're almost guaranteed to lose this with no chance to get his, because yours is in the open and his should be in the trees. So yours should also be in the trees. Now, of course, this sentry... Oh, we can't see the range? What's going on here? What if I do free cam? Boo. How come we can't see this? Well, anyways, it goes to like about this. So putting it in the middle obviously lets you see the most, but it's the most likely to be dewarded because he's going to stick it in the trees. You're not going to know if it's here, if it's here, if it's here, if it's like any like here. And he's going to see yours because yours is in the lane. So even if he and Pudge are out, there's a good chance the creeps will see the sentry and the creeps will kill your sentry. So against invis heroes, you should usually put it in the trees yourself as well. I would do something like, okay, if you can maintain equilibrium, somewhere in here is actually quite good. Because then you guys can play safely over here. And you don't have to worry about all this invis stuff. If you can be more aggressive and you're going to be pushing the lane a lot, then something in this area is useful. But when you get into this area, you start to run the risk that you're going to overlap with people blocking and unblocking this camp. So then that's another thing you can consider. If you are going to block this camp, you can put your sentry here and double dip on blocking the camp while getting some invis vision here, but it's not going to help you as much in the lane directly. But if you then play on this side, it's kind of enough. This will help you, but I suspect you're going to lose it pretty quickly. And we don't really want that. All right, pushing a little hard for the Pudge there. And because of that, you lose your Hellbear and you take a good chunk of damage. But like, what is this Pudge here? All right, let's back off from Pudge here. What is he going to do? Is he going to pose a threat to this lane? He has enough mana for one more meat hook if he uses the magic stick after he waits a little bit, which is what he uses to kill this potato creep. So yeah, the hook is always kind of a threat. You know, get hooked under tower, spooky. But in terms of walking up to the creeps, in terms of taking a fight that you two are at full health and he has 149 health left, right? This Pudge is literally no threat. So it's at this point where we need to now debate to ourselves, no matter who we're playing, Chen or not, do I really need to do more to this Pudge? Because of course I would like to get a kill, and that's great and all, but how much am I committing to do that? Am I going from what is a pretty safe play right now to increasing risk and giving stuff up? So we go from full health and a full health potato creep to ignoring the bounty hunter hitting us the whole time. Our potato creep tanks 2 tower shots, so even if we get out now, we both lost half of our health to chase a kill, which I can kind of tell you're not getting, but if it's close, totally understand pushing and like testing the limits. But even if you killed him, and this is where we're at, Pudge is going to TP back in, and now he's going to be okay. But this lane's actually pushed up here. If Pudge, with 120 health, walks up, even though Equilibrium's in a really good spot here, what's going to happen to him? You're just going to kill him. You're going to press Penitence and attack him, and Queen of Pain's going to like throw one spell and attack. She's like way back here. But he would die even up here. So it's like, I don't need to kill him now because I'm probably just going to kill him later, especially when I click him and I see he's got no regen. So he might have someone on the courier, but that's even more time he's got to sit away from the lane while he's healing up, and we're going to get some denies, do all that stuff. So this is a kill we don't have to chase that hard on. And then in the end, we actually lose our Hellbear. Even without him using Meat Hook, we were going to lose that Hellbear, and we ultimately lost half of our health. And now this lane's a little harder to play, right? Before, it was 2 full health heroes and a full health creep versus a very low health Pudge and a full health bounty hunter. You did get a good amount of damage into the bounty hunter at the end, but this lane feels a little scarier to me than what you just had. Even though Queen of Pain's now the healthiest, she's actually still a pretty low health hero. You now feel within kill range, and we don't have a creep to work with for 20 seconds. So this state of the lane feels worse to me than what it just did 10 seconds ago before we pushed for this Pudge. So sometimes we are wrong on like, I thought we could get him, I messed up, totally fine. But the more experience you get in that, and the sooner you can cut it off and realize like, I might be able to kill him, but I actually don't have to. I can just let this be fine and just deny creeps in front of him, and at some point he'll walk in and it'll be an easier kill attempt than that. Yeah, Noggin Logger, started with yours. Hope you don't mind. I didn't get your approval to start, but we're giving feedback. It's all anonymous mode. I guess I just literally yelled your name into the VOD now, but pushing him away from XP range, creating space for Quap. Yeah, so it's not a bad idea, and there are times you can do it, and it's gonna be good. But I actually think what you already did was plenty. And if you just like go help Queen of Pain and then do like this kind of stuff, it'll actually work out better for you. All right, Bounty, you got a sentry. Let's see if you're gonna prove my point. That's no, okay. Didn't realize you guys had a sentry, so you guys are actually gonna get a kill now. Looks like you guys are gonna get Pudge too. Easy. All right, really good. Pause. I mean, you can't literally pause on the game, but as part of speeding up the game for Divine players looking to get to Immortal and for Chen players looking to play fast, anytime you get a kill, look at the minimap, look at the time, what can I do? Maybe if it had been a few seconds earlier, we could attempt a stack. Probably gonna miss that now, no big deal. They're both dead. If we could roam, potentially. This kind of difficult for you to roam. The death timers are so short because it's level 1, level 2 that by the time you move to the Twin Gate, they're already going to be back. So if there was a really good chance to get a kill, could roam, but most cases, probably not going to. Water Rune's going to be too late to, otherwise that could also be an opportunity. Like if you killed them like 10 seconds earlier, you could go for Water Runes. So in this case, there's not much to do in terms of moving around the map. So we'll just focus on ourselves. We can help maintain creep equilibrium, except they actually have more creeps. So there's actually very little to do right now. Oh, I'm sorry, your next creep wave is here. I got confused with the pause. So actually we do need to do a little bit of creep maintenance here. So if you heal up and then focus on last hits, buy your items, that would be really good right now. We are very low on health, and we just used our last tango. Could be a case for you to eat the Iron Branch. Maybe you did. Maybe you had a 4th one and I just didn't notice. But I don't want to see you greed out on Orb of Blight and then like something else really greedy. You do need more regen because we're only 2 minutes into lane. It's going to continue. So at least another Tango. But if you also wanted to get like a Salve instead, I'd be up for that. I'm okay with the Blightstone in general. But if you had like 300 gold, I wouldn't want you to buy Orb of Blight. I would want you to buy like regen first. You have 400, so you can do it. You can buy like an Orb of Blight and Tangos, and then that's okay with me. Let's see what we do. Is giveaway in Twitch chat or YouTube? It's both. The multi-chat is on. I can see it all. So you guys... Oh, perfect. Found a healing creep. So once we are done with this one, we will just... you guys just submit games. Lately, I don't have a proper raffle. Oh, we lost our sentry, by the way. Lately, I don't have a proper raffle system between the multi-chats, so people just post it, and then I pick one at random. Here is us losing our sentry, and where is his? Where should I place mine? I don't know. Now, technically, I know if I put my sentry right in the middle, I will get his again, but then mine will be in the middle. What if I end up putting it down here and I miss it? Ah, no. That's actually not the worst for you, because we aren't the Invis heroes. We actually don't care if he has sentries in the lane. We need to have sentries in the lane. So using this information, if I had to guess, his is in the tree somewhere here. That would be the most common to put. So if you want to fight him for this, feel free. But I would also say, if he has it and mine is like down here or like over here and it happens to miss his sentry like up here, I don't care. Let him have a sentry here, whatever. I just can't put wards in it, but that's fine. I can work in those limitations. So when you put another sentry, I would probably put it on this right side, especially with the Lotus coming up. If you put a sentry on this far side, it's in the trees. It'll help you fight for the Lotus. You might still need to check this because the sentries might overlap depending where he put it. It could be like right here, and then that might overlap with something like over here. We end up using this one, but I'm not sure what you're looking for. Maybe the Observer, and that's kind of okay. But if this camp ever gets blocked, we're going to miss the top half. It's not blocked because we saw it spawn, so I guess that's fine. I guess you're just looking for the Observers in the back. But I don't think he's even, like, done that much for it. I'd actually rather keep this... Unless you know where it is, or you're like, this is a 50% chance guess. I would keep it for the lane. Especially when you only have one left. Alright, you end up killing him anyways. I don't know how he's dying when you guys don't have... Dust, he's just dying. He is just pushing at the wrong times without invis. Oh, the Hellbear rotation. Let's go. You know, this is the first time I've seen Kez in a pub game in ages. I can't believe how unpopular that hero is. Alright, solid rotation. Looks like Quat died while we were gone, but I don't think that's your fault. Where was she when this happened? Oh, she didn't maintain her mana. She used too much. Too bad. That's not your fault. We are exempt from those. Okay. If you had a sentry down here, I would honestly say you could stop playing the lane. Queen of Pain versus double melee should be fine. She might lose some CS, so if you want to be here a bit more, I'm fine with that. But I do think this is around the time where you can start focusing on your own game. It could be the early rotations. I would especially emphasize mid lane when you have Puck versus Void Spirit. This is a skill-based matchup. Whoever hits 6 first typically wins. So if you can help out here with the power runes, the water runes, that would be huge. But also, Chen gameplay is like, you do a lot of farming yourself. So if you start to pivot into that, I think that would be quite good. Right, he put a sentry and didn't even look for yours. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. Oh, Quap. Oh, Quap. Oh, Quap. Ah! Run. All right, so you should actually pass creep. Okay, this is tricky. You should actually pass creep aggro here to Queen of Pain. Maybe you can just get it to go to your Hellbear. I've never actually tried, but I feel like that should be doable. And you can have the Hellbear bring it here. You should be heading to the power rune right now. You're pretty low, so it's kind of scary. You might die. But I think, like, they're both so low. This is actually such a pivotal power rune. And if you could show up with your creep, that would be huge. So if Queen of Pain had taken this aggro, it would have been really good for you to go for the power rune. And I wish he hadn't gone so aggro there, so you could go help with that power rune. My Hellbear! We really need a sentry in this area that's alive so we can leave Queen of Pain alone. The only risk to her is the Invis bounty stunning her into a hook. And that shouldn't even be that much of a threat. You guys should absolutely be backing off. You should have seen this Void Spirit rotation from your ward. You guys might have just missed it. Or maybe it was the biggest brain bait. Ah, no, well. 1 for 1. Offlaner. You guys should have just backed off and wasted his rotation. So let's go back. Am I crazy? Maybe you guys just didn't quite see it, but when you see this happening, let's say you did see it, you guys should just go full retreat. This is the mid teleporting in, so you guys should just waste his time. Queen of Pain should go to the jungle, and most supports would actually either hold the lane or go find something else to do. You actually could also jungle because you're Chen. So if you both backed off right here, I would say that's actually quite good. Puck should just shove in mid really hard, and then top. You could consider rotating to top. Like you run through the twin gate, right? Void Spirit can't help top, so Puck could even come up and you guys could gank their top lane. Or you and Queen of Pain just jungle. They push bottom with 3 heroes, but you guys are pushing like other lanes while jungling, and then like you even come back to defend this as it gets closer. That would be really good. Yeah, Chungo Bopper, what's up? I think we ended up with a pretty good name for you. I'm pretty happy with that. All right. I wasn't watching Puck super closely, but he should have been pushing harder. I think. I may have missed exactly what happened. LC should also be pushing harder. Kez is down here, and she's just versus an Ancient Apparition, and now she's not. So this should be shoved in immediately. Shove it, shove it. Don't leave. Shove it. Shove it, shove it. Shove it, shove it. Yeah. Getting pinged for not rotating, I'm guessing. Commended here. Tipped. There we go. But Legion doesn't have Blink, so honestly, ganking will be quite hard. And most Legions go Blade Mail first anyways, which is fine. But actually, the rotations from the offlane Legion aren't really supposed to happen. It's you guys who aren't supposed to engage in this huge fight, and you guys are supposed to just, like, let Legion take this tower. So this is actually, in my opinion, Queen of Pain is incorrect about what should have been happening here. You should put sentries first. Always put the sentry first. Otherwise, you don't know. You're going to put your observer, put your sentry, and see that they have a sentry. And then you go, oh, shit, I'm going to lose my observer. Also, if you can actually put your observer on their half of the map, that would actually be better for you this game versus a Pudge. Careful with it, of course, but... If your team is communicating that you guys want to try to do something, I don't mind. But I think you should just be farming up an item. Maybe have mech on the rest on the way. So, how different are you from a regular support right now? You're Chen, but we look at your items and you have kind of this mix of stuff, which is generally okay, actually, this mix of items. But This is kind of why I've been pushing for a couple instances of like, can you jungle right now? Can you do this right now? Because what sets Chen apart from other supports is that you reach this level 10 minute mark area, you maybe have some items. You know, if we compare you to some of these other guys, you know, Ancient Apparent's like, yeah, I got boots. Bounty Hunter's like, yeah, I kind of have like, I've got boots too. I'm working on drums. Grimstroke's like, yeah, I'm like working on the arcanes. You're like, yeah, I'm working on stuff too. But what sets Chen apart is like, you usually enter this point and you're like, the mech is done. The drums are done and we're halfway to the next aura, right? Like that's kind of what you want. So in between kills, if the rotations aren't there, that's where you're like jungling a camp. That's why if we had like the sentry survive in this lane and we could leave Queen of Pain alone, you're jungling. And when we see the Void Spirit rotate in, instead of like trying to fight, we're farming. Because the Chen strength isn't, it can be in the early lanes, but the true Chen power spike is like, the aura is done 5 minutes before any of theirs. And that's what makes you really good. And that's what I'm feeling like we're missing right now. And now we're smoking and trying to group up and do stuff. But actually, I would love if you just jungled up your item. Legion finished her Blade Mail. Like, you guys are just short of a lot of stuff. Even though you do have ultimate, so I think you guys were trying to use something, and I'm kind of open to that. But then let's go jungle, unless you guys feel you can just push a tower. But I actually don't think you guys are that ahead. In fact, somehow they have a 3k gold lead off of these early fights. This one's actually really good, though. But notice, this wasn't us making a play. This was us responding to a play. And that's fine. Like, they pushed the tempo. You guys TP'd in. You took the fight. And if they don't do that, then you're jungling way faster than these guys, hitting that item tempo, and then going, and then forcing the fight. Run with a dual-ready Legion. So I do like that idea, but we can shift that a little, right? Ow. I need to cut your nails. They're not super sharp, but sharp enough to poke me at the wrong angle. Jupiter's bored. He's like grabbing at my feet. Let's go back. Let's go back to when she was 6. When did she hit 6? Because this is a good idea. Let's play with Legion, get her duels. Okay. So it's around now that you guys started getting involved in this whole fight down here, right? A little bit ago. And then it kept going for like another minute. So let's swap it. Let's say there's 6 heroes up here. Isn't that playing with Legion's duel? And if she gets a duel, great. And we're seeing situations like this where people just walk up to each other because we're all in the same lane. So it's much easier to get duel when she doesn't have this blink dagger quite yet. And if nothing happens and they're avoiding you guys up here, Legion's still farming the wave and you're still in the area backing her up, you could be farming the camps here. You could be like on this side with some creep scouting invis, scouting teleportations, and maybe farming some of this stuff. This is like a little scary, so maybe I wouldn't do it unless you know it's super free and they're doing something else. You can use your creeps to push this tower, because there's no way, like if you guys have 3 here and Kez goes to the jungle, and they have 3 here and Queen of Pain goes to the jungle, you guys were ahead of Kez, I think. Okay, actually maybe not. Maybe he was doing better. For some reason, I thought I saw him at like level 4 at this. Maybe it was earlier. Maybe he just got a bunch of recovery gold. I swear earlier he was actually below the Queen of Pain. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, I guess he's been doing better than I thought this whole time. Maybe it was just the levels that were under-leveled for a little bit. But either way, okay, he's apparently ahead. So let's say he jungles faster than Queen of Pain. But who's going to take the tower faster? The Chen team or the non-Chen team? It's definitely you, right? Ancient Apparition, Bounty, Pudge versus Chen, Legion, Grimstroke, right? Grimstroke's whatever, just like Ancient Apparition. Legion's a little better than Pudge, but you are miles ahead of like the Bounty Hunter or anyone else in terms of tower pressure with a couple creeps. So when you come up here, you're either forcing the action up here, and then that's when you're going to get the duels. And if you're not getting the duels, you're taking the towers and jungling. And then you just see what happens. If they don't equally pressure, then Queen of Pain's fine in the lane. If she's jungling, that's fine. You guys are just maintaining that for a little bit. You'll take the tower first, you'll come down here, you'll push him out, and then she can lane again. And that way you guys are playing in the right half of the map earlier. hopefully getting to those item timings sooner. But if nothing ends up happening, you just use that time to jungle and work towards the mech. And it's nice to get her duels as early as, like, as soon as she hits 6. But, I mean, if they come a little late, it's not that big of a deal, you know? You need to get her duels eventually. But, like, if you have 50 duel damage by 20 minutes, that's kind of... It's not the best, but it's, like, it's kind of okay. So whether that comes in the form of, like, 5 level 1 duels back to back to back to back, or, like, 1 level 1 duel and then 2 level 2 duels... Right? It's like, you know, or we're reaching the same endpoint. And if you're just ahead, you don't even need the duels, strictly speaking. You just have, like, the Chen aura creeps making the difference. All right, I'm getting the feeling we're going to need an answer to Kez.
His brain is so big.
Alright, so you're gonna go drums next. Jungle Bopper, I see you submitted the, you did the $5 for the guaranteed replay, so we'll do yours next, once we finish this one up. Alright, so yeah, this kind of jungling. This is what you can start when you're, like, level 5. Honestly, when you're level 3, you can start with the small camps already. If we take Bounty out of the picture, Bounty's pretty rich because he's been stealing some money, and now he has several track kills. I don't know how many exactly he got before track versus after track, but as we can see, he's pretty rich. But if we take Bounty out of the picture, or they just didn't get as many kills, this is this is where the gold lead starts to change, right? When you do it too early, before you've had a chance to really, like, win the lane and jungle up, you're just like another support. As soon as you started jungling, you now jump ahead of typical supports who are, like, down here. You're, like, up 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold. That's the, like, the mech is done 2-3 minutes faster than the enemy team. And you start to approach, like, their cores, right? So then this is where Chen is really strong and impressive to work with the teammates. And when you hit that in-between window, which is like, I don't have any of my items done, it's actually a little funny. Like, you can do stuff with the creeps. It just, like, depends on that particular game. But you might also be missing your window of, like, I use the creeps to farm, no one can stop that, and then I have the auras.
Guess what's happening to
Oh, thank you very much, Chongo Bopper. But we'll definitely get to yours. Give you the priority value. There we go. Look how fast that was. I know we were sped up, but, like, not only do you guys have... Okay, it's a little deceptive because you guys had a huge creep wave and, like, every hero here. But a lot of this is the creep aura being super powerful. And now this is where you guys just go tower to tower and you clean everything up. And they can't really stop you. So that's what I would want to see. Like, you can push this in a little further if you want. But now we go. Now we go with the Legion for sure when duel is up. In the meantime, you guys can chill. Looks like you guys are trying to place a deep ward back here. I'm up for that. But we also don't need to be this far back without the team. This is, like, a little scary to me. Off of this play, I think, like, someone goes and does the deep ward, and then, like, going through here, you farm all of this, and then, like, meet at the top tier, the mid tier one, take that. Or Twin Gate, come down here, take this tier one, and then you've TP'd here. I kind of missed the start of that, though. Let's come back a little bit more. Okay, so you're using these guys to cut the creep wave. I like that idea, but I think you should actually do that a little later. I think at this time of the game, you just use the creeps to walk up to towers, and it's pretty difficult to stop. The creep cutting is much better as you reach... When you reach the point that the enemy cores, like, don't care about your creep army, they're like, thank you for the gold, please do it again. that's when you start doing this kind of creep cutting stuff. Right now, Void Spirit can kind of deal with your creeps, and Kez, because he's been having a decent time, is starting to be able to deal with them as well. Pudge can hook one, but the other heroes can't. And even these guys have to put themselves at some risk and use a lot of their abilities to deal with your creeps. The later the game goes, eventually it's like one ability, you know, or like some guy's got a Battle Fury and he's like 2 attacks killed the army, right? Right now, it is a bigger commitment to get them, especially through your mech. So now you want to be mostly using them. If you use them to cut this creep wave and then you summon them in, I mean, that's fine too. But I hope you don't like permanently start creep cutting with the creeps right now, rather than just like bring them to these fights. Ripper's Lash would boost some damage output from creeps. If I had them with me! Like, we're getting some tower pressure in maybe, but the tier 2, it's not that big of a deal this early. Or... Wait, let me adjust that. Getting an early tier 2 is very nice, but whether you need to dedicate 5 minutes of slowly chipping it down, it's not that nice. It's like, oh, we took a really good fight. Let's take this tier 2 as a group in one go. 30 seconds, 1 minute, sure. We have to camp here for 5 minutes and 15 to 20 minutes to take this tier 2. That's a little bit much for me. So if they all ignored you top and you like took that tower, I'd be up for that. But otherwise, it looks like in this fight, although you guys end up coming out ahead, I do think just bringing the creeps to this fight would have been a little better. Finish that a little faster, and then make our way mid, which looks like you guys already got, actually. So now is the part where we can start pushing the tier 2s, and we can start just, like, camping an area, farming up, and then, like, constantly pushing in. Or if Legion's got her blink at this point, and you just want to follow Legion around, I'm also pretty open to that. Looks like our team has stuck around here too long. Ooh, that was a good Yules. Who's got that? Very good work. That's probably the bounty. Very nice.
Someone took out the Radiant's courier. Radiant's bottom tower. No breaking down the Radiant structures like this. Radiant's bottom tower seem better days.
I'm gonna ignore the bounty because it's a very high kill game, so there's a lot of track money. Most of the supports shouldn't be this high, and this is just a 1 game sample. I know, so I'm not trying to read too much into it, but I want to highlight the difference of like you from the enemy supports not that high. He's getting track bonus, so it would be a little more, but you want to be like doubling a support's net worth. That might be a little high, but 1,000 gold is nice. You will see this a lot higher in some like very clean Chen games. And I think you're doing a lot of the right stuff from what I see, but they're like somewhat in the wrong order. So I think if that's what you can clean up a little bit, I think you'll actually find your Chen gameplay. You don't have to do new things. You just have to like change the order a little. So off of the laning stage, if you can get the lane to a position where the carry can be on their own and start jungling at that time, and in between jungling, take the convenient rotation. If you see someone too far, go there. Or, okay, it's 6 minutes, I'm going to go for the power rune, right? And off the power rune, we take a fight. So I take the mid tower because I found a troll creep. Or maybe I don't have a troll creep, but I just have 3 creeps because I'm level 5 at this time because I've been jungling. Even with just 2 creeps, you can still do a lot. You'll find that you can have a more consistent start. The hardest part is the carry being able to be left alone, which is a little out of your control. That's where you need your wards, potentially sentries versus invis heroes to set them up, and just be ready to like walk back in to help out. But you want to have an aura finished before. it's not that you can't group up before the aura because the creeps are strong, but like if you can get the aura before you group too much, it's really strong. That's really conflicting advice, and I'm sorry I can't make it clearer than that because I actually don't play that much Chen. The nuance, I wouldn't be able to share the exact nuance of when you do one or the other, but I have this feeling watching you compared to like the higher level Chens I've seen from casting and everything. I think the timings can be faster and it can be more overwhelming as you go from tower to tower, and they won't be able to do much to it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And then usually you would reach this point now that you have all the tier ones. Now you do follow the active heroes. Now you do go with like the Legion, and rather than jungle your own half of the map, I mean, you can do this because you lost your army, so you have to like reestablish it. But then once you have your army, you just like follow the Legion. Because ideally we have a bigger gold lead here. Okay. We're probably going to move on in a moment here. I think Solar Crest seems decent this game because you have the Legion, and it's good versus Kez and Void Spirit to a degree. Pipe could also be really good for your team. You're very much into auras because Legion doesn't build auras, and there's a lot of magic damage on their team. So I think you should have a Pipe this game. You ended up with Holy Locket and Guardian Greaves, which are decent items on Chen, but against Ancient Apparition, you should consider barriers more than heals, because this guy prevents the heals when his ultimate lands. So this is a game where I would say either Pipe first, or like you can do the mech and then go Pipe, but if you skipped the mech this game, I would say that's okay, and you go like drums or solar into the Pipe, I think that would have been really good. After that, I know Yules is very annoying for Kez. He's not very popular, so you don't see it all that often, but Yules is extremely annoying for Kez because he's very spell combo dependent. So if you interrupt that with a silence or a Yule Scepter, and he's like use one ability, he's trying to use the next one, and you like just lift him in the air, it's extremely annoying for him. So if he gets out of control, I would consider that item. Armor in general is pretty solid, so the Guardian Greaves and the Lotus are good in that regard. I'm guessing this is a late game Spirit Vessel versus like this Pudge. I'm open to that. When this guy goes 2 hearts, I think that's okay. Yeah. All right. I don't know how helpful that was since I can't give better Chen specific advice, but that's what I can do for the early game. We are going to move on to the next one, which this one was donated. So it is usually a random raffle, guys, but for $5, I'll do it for guaranteed one of your games. And then if we don't have any of those due, it's just random. So anyone here who's here for the first time, that's what's going on. We had a very kind donation from Chungo Bopper, which we got to name during one of the Elden Ring streams. What am I trying to type here? Crusader. I was trying to do like 3 things at once. I was trying to talk while setting up the next thing. I guess that's just 2 things. And I was struggling. All right, time stamped. So you said I was Razor, had a good game individually, but struggled to close the game. Can you help identify how I should have used the advantage I had? Okay. Once this loads, I'm going to go back to the graph, actually, to find us a point to take a look at. Okay, It was helpful. A lot of the decision making. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm happy we were able to help on that one. I'm always a little nervous doing replays for heroes I don't play that much. Even if I conceptually know, playing it yourself helps to give you like a little bit more nuance on it. But I'm glad we were able to help provide something. Okay, so looks like your team had a lead out of the lane. There's maybe something we can look to do there and see what happened that they ended up with such a big lead. You yourself are having a good start, like you said. You mostly maintain net worth, so that's also quite good. It might be less about you and more about what ended up happening to your team this game. I'm not too surprised to see you not be able to keep up with like Morphling Invoker in a losing game. So the fact that you're actually still near the top is actually pretty good, though we're now going to jump in and see a little bit more about that. Items look good. Razor's another hero I'm not the most experienced with. Actually, Razor, I have a horrendous Razor win rate. There was a point in the it was like a cavern crawl Razor, and I kept trying to do it with some friends, and I was higher ranked than them, so I technically had to like do more work to carry, but then I wasn't good at Razor, so we were just losing so many games in a row. My Razor win rate is like maybe double digits. Barely. Look at 11%. I have 2 and 16 with Razor. I'm so bad with this hero. But anyways, let me tell you what to do with this hero now. It'll be a lot like Chen, where I won't try to tell you how to be Razor outside of what I do know. It'll be more about like map movements and game decision making. All right, let's just jump ahead to maybe 10 minutes. Felt like I was dying a lot and reacting to the enemy rather than having a plan. That's what I can help with. Can't help you with a Razor as much, but game plans, we can do that. All right, we have like a bunch of heroes up here. Thank you. We kind of just jumped here, so I'm not sure exactly what happened. I'm up for not really fighting until they get closer to the tower. It looks like you had 2 teammates who maybe moved up a little too soon. You're here to join and snipe a tiny kill, so I guess it worked out in the end. We'll take that. Yeah, usually I would say you don't have to worry too much about taking the towers early as the carry, but I mean, if you've got a golem here to help you and you just killed 3 heroes, I actually think, yeah, doing some tower damage here is not bad. I see you doing some tread swamping for Crusader, pretty solid. You decide to back out of here after this. I'm good with all this. Okay, not you, but I think this was a party game, right? Okay, yeah, so this is a party game. This guy's not in your party, unfortunately. So what I was going to tell you, or what I was going to tell support players to watch out for here, and that maybe you could have passed on to your party, Warlock TP'd here. But what's happening here, guys? Right? When Warlock respawned, he was like, oh shit, I need to go do this right now. TP'd here. What is it right now that Warlock needs to do? They recently killed everyone up here, so everyone's respawning. So play isn't happening right now. Everyone's moving out. Razor just pushed the tower in with the golem. Razor is going to enter this cycle of like, I farm the jungle camps, push the lane, and just repeat while I get big and I try to get the next item. So what's Warlock going to do here? Really not much. So as part of having a game plan, even though this guy's not in your party, but maybe you could say it as the team fight ends and you're pushing this, I'm fine up here. Play down here with Legion, guys. We were just talking about this last game with the Chen. Instead of forcing a bunch of fights by the Razor away from the Legion, who's going to have to come in and try to like blink duel. Oh, I don't have a blink. I just got to walk in and duel, right? Just push in the bottom lane. And if people come to defend, you're much more likely to get a duel down here. And if you don't, it's Morphling in a 3v3 rather than the Razor. And Morphling's going to farm faster. Maybe not quite. This is actually kind of a old school build to get the Lincoln so fast versus Legion, but I kind of get it. It's going to slow down his farm a little bit. but usually Morphling is a little bit of a faster farmer than Razor. So rather than leaving him alone in the one-on-one, farming faster than the Razor in the 3-on-3, you'd want to put more pressure here. So you, for your game plan, I'd say you're trying to hold this on your own, and if it gets too scary, people TP up, but you don't actually want a whole bunch of fighting happening top quite yet. Even though Razor is a carry who comes online a little earlier than others, you don't mind some fighting, but I don't go too crazy. Gonna need a clarity as we get low here. You're gonna want some extra mana regen. You don't want to get to like empty and then have nothing. I think more action happening top. So Razor, who should be, this is the carry pop-off period, right? Off the winning lane. Should be Razor. I'm doing my own stacks. Okay, in that time, the lane pushed in, so I get it. I push up, I take the tower. Maybe, if not, the creeps do the damage, and I go back to farming, right? Half of Razor's farming cycle is being interrupted by Warlock and Leshrac coming up here. Jupiter really wants his treat. He is ready. Once we finish this replay, we'll try to get the cat cam set up and give him a treat. Protect my legs. So it seems good. It's like, oh, we're taking the tower. And I mean, that's kind of true, but at the same time, getting a centaur kill too is actually pretty good. But at the same time, Morphling is free. Morphling's free. And we're not doing anything to slow down the Morphling because we keep coming up here slowing down our own Razor. We're slowing down Centaur, sure, but like who scares me more in the late game? Is it Centaur or is it Morphling? It's the Morphling. So right now your team as a whole from where we jumped in is focusing the wrong area of the map. So you have a bit of money here. You bought the Yasha, the rest of your Yasha, which, by the way, has actually been ready for a little bit. Not to nitpick so much, but I mean, it will speed you up a little bit. You sat on the Band of Elven skin for a while, waiting for the recipe, but Band of Elven skin and a Clarity, ship that out. You'll get that mana regen going. You get a little bit more damage and attack speed from that Band of Elven skin. That'll help you finish the recipe a little faster. You get that recipe, deliver it right away. The Yasha's ready. That'll move you to the camps a little faster, help you get towards the Sanj faster, right? So, I mean, it'll happen to some degree, but the sooner as stuff is ready, just ship them out, you know? Don't wait too long. Stop trying to... I am not chicken jerky. Stop trying to bite my leg. Behold, a starving cat. Death, knocking. Must eat his owners already. All right, guys. I'm going to let this play a little bit. I was going to jump ahead to more mid to late game stuff in a moment anyways. I'm going to let this play for a second while we... how come the time's not showing? I think this is regular Dota speed going right now. Let me see if I can set up this cat cam and feed him a treat so I don't get eaten. Too soft on the core. Exactly. Make that courier work. What's the best way to do this? The camera is pointed here for the cat cam. That's probably fine. I'll get Jupiter a treat right here. Give me 1 sec.
Radiant's mid tower's in trouble. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Haste.
heck? You're not even gonna eat it on the cat cam. He's gonna grab it and go. I've been scammed. What in the heck? Cat scammer right there. How to get my replay reviewed. Right now we're doing a guaranteed one. If you want to donate $5, I do them guaranteed. Otherwise, as long as there's nothing queued up like that, we just randomly do it. People submit their games and I just pick whichever one sounds interesting. When we're done with this, I'll pop up the instructions and we'll go over all of it. But anyone is free to have their matches reviewed. It is just a random system to try to get to as many people as we can. Oh, free double, triple kill. Let's go. All right, let's pause here real quick. I say this a lot. I'm going to try to push this more because it is a very good habit to build. Anytime a bunch of kills happen, team fight's done, right? I mean, wrap it up, you know, like don't start getting too distracted in the middle of a team fight, but look at the minimap, look at the time. What can we do off of this? Because we've been given quite a lot of space now with these heroes being dead. This is the tiny support. Is it not? Wait, what is this lineup actually? Is it a centaur support? What's happening here? It is tiny support, who is apparently just going carry tiny build. Very interesting. Anyways, I guess I'm not that scared of a tiny support going tiny carry. So Morphling is showing down here. All of this map is open. I don't expect you guys to take any like tier 2 towers, but I don't want to see you fall back to your own half of the map. I want to see you push up and steal a couple camps. Like come into the, push the lane. You don't even have to fall back. You can let the supports do this if the creep wave's not big enough. This is the full creep wave, so maybe you do want to come back. Push up, come in here. If they have any stacks, now would be a great time to do it. If your team had any Roche potential, it's a party game, so you could push for it. I'd say you guys aren't the best Roche heroes, so it's okay if you don't. If you have a way to catch Morphling, and you guys want to push top and then smoke through the Twin Gate, that would be cool to me as well. But we're in that phase where let's pretend you guys are winning more. I technically have like a 1K gold lead, but that's not that much, right? You're in the period of the game where we've taken all the tier 1 towers. Maybe we're winning, but do we want to be sieging tier 2 towers? Like, we are a Razor who will have a Sanj and Yasha soon, right? It's not really the greatest tower push unless it's super free, which in this case, you know, with so many dead, it's kind of free, especially with a Golem available. So we want to do a little bit, that's fine. This period of the game is mostly we're farming and building a gold lead. We're trying to pressure the right heroes and win these fights. So we don't want to just like split farm with a Morphling, but if we can, okay, Morphling's down here, let's try to gank him with the Legion duel, right? As she gets closer to Blink. We want to like be farming more of the map than they are. So if you don't see a clear objective off of these types of team fights, that's okay. But it's like, I want to take their farm. That is the objective. Is that for this 30-second to 1 minute window, I want to be splitting the map 70-30. And that's what gets my team an extra 500 gold. That's what gets us maybe one more kill here on the Tiny, allowing us to maintain map control because they keep having less heroes than us. Don't quite have the tools to get to the Morphling, unfortunately. But you helped get that Tiny kill and then went back to farming. So I don't mind that too much. That particular series of events. I don't want to harp. I don't want to spend like 5 minutes on like one single event. So that overall exchange, I think, is good enough. And then you're going to go heal. You're going to work towards BKB, which I think looks fine this game. I'm trying to think of what else you could maybe get. I feel like it's okay. Are we at Legion Blink yet? That's what we're waiting on. Okay, Legion Blink is available. So as a team, it doesn't strictly have to involve you, the Razor, but as a team, you guys want to start making plays around the Legion. Morphling's the ideal target. He does have the Lincolns, and you guys don't have the greatest way to interrupt it. This is actually where Dark Willow should probably have a Blink as well, because it's really just like Blink Duel, Blink Bedlam, you kill whoever it is. In this case, it's Blink Cursed Crown to pop Lincolns, Blink Duel at the same, like, that same time to hopefully kill the Morphling. If you guys don't kill him, you at least get like a 5-second link on him, which is pretty good. As you close the distance as well. And if not the Morphling, then other targets would be good too. But your team would want to play around Legion while you finish up whatever item you're going for, which in this case is the BKB. I think that's fine. You can get involved a little bit, especially as your team has all the ultimates. Like, let's say they're making a gank without Golem. I'd say you probably don't need to join that. As Golem becomes available and you're like, yeah, let's go for a bigger fight. You join those, even if BKB's not quite done. If it's like 2,000 gold away, not done. If it's like 300 gold away, you're asking the team to wait. So right now, we're far enough away, which is like, yeah, we can join one fight with the team, maybe two, depending how the game goes, especially as Golem's available or if a really good opportunity rises up. Notice right now, you guys have all the enemy tier 1 towers. You guys are missing your mid tier 1, but have the sides. But notice where everyone is. You guys are farming your half of the map, and they're farming their half of the map. So are we actually making use of the fact that we took the tier 1s, but we still only have 50% map control? Of course, it's going to ebb and flow. So like for a given instance, it's not that big of a deal. But if this is a constant trend and you're like constantly looking at the map, like, we're always on our half of the map. This is why you start to like not really build a gold lead, even though you're supposed to have map control right now. Like, they're moving on to your half of the map. This haste, fastest crystal made in the world. All right, so it feels like your team reacts to a play, and right now it's 1 for 1, though Leshrax may be a bit more valuable. This Crystal Maiden has done so much work this fight. You guys ended up splitting a bunch of different targets. So this one has been a very messy fight. Oh my god, she almost killed you. That was some MVP Crystal Maiden gameplay right there.
No breaking through the diet.
So that was a very reactionary fight. Rather than you guys starting it with Blink Duel, you guys kind of got dragged around by the enemy team. That'll happen every now and then, but we want to be dictating the Blink Duels. We want to be pushing in lanes, having map wards spread around that help us find these pickoffs. Your team recently had an observer here. That's really deep. This is a really deep observer to have for a team that has more towers. It's like very strange. Unless I don't remember a team fight that just broke out like 6 minutes ago, and I actually think we were getting scammed by our cat at that time, so maybe I didn't. Maybe there was some reason to place that. But otherwise, that's like a super defensive observer. Even this one's a bit defensive when you have this one, but it looks like this one was placed later, so maybe that's part of it. All right, we're now at the point where I'm gonna wait for the BKB. You could probably swap this Mithril Hammer in for the Wand right now as you just wrap up the BKB, because we're not gonna join any fights, which means we're not gonna really pick up any Wand charges. We just want to farm this BKB a little faster. No, don't. All right. This might work out, but we need everybody, and we need to go back a little bit because I was looking at your items. All right, let's watch this top fight develop. I am mostly in the mindset of I just want the BKB, and if you take a fight right before the BKB and then you lose that fight, it's going to be bad. So I need to know that this fight top is going to be good. So we're going to watch the mini-map right now. Okay, Tiny's over here. That's giving me some confidence. I don't know where the others are. Okay, Centaur's mid. So actually, this is now a good fight if we have all our heroes. We don't want to take some partial fight here. We don't want to be splitting like 3-3. Otherwise, I just want to farm BKB. Because this guy's pretty scary to me, this Morphling. Invoker's been doing well. They're scary to me. These are some of their strongest heroes. And right now we only have Warlock. So if we join this too soon, it's going to be iffy. Even 2 of you join, it's now a 3-on-3. But wait, although you are quite close to these guys in terms of net worth, actually, about 3,000 of your gold doesn't really mean anything right now, because until you farm this remaining 500 gold and finish the BKB, your true net worth is actually like down here in what these items really do for you. I know there's like some strength in this, but like some strength compared to BKB is very different. So I'm actually kind of glad this fight doesn't end up happening, because I think that would have been bad for you. And if any hero, you know how you walked here? You would be the hero who TPs in last. I know you can't always control that in a pub game, but really everyone else should have gone first, walking or TPing, like TP back here and walk in, so that you get the shortest TP directly into the fight. That would be the ideal situation for a carry who is like trying to finish a BKB before joining. The supports delay that tower push by 30 seconds, and in that time you finish the BKB and you TP in. Like, that would be the dream situation. Now at this point, now we are just farming up the BKB before doing anything. Alright, your team is like fighting you for farm. That's not ideal. Don't go back. It's too late. This is done. There's nothing you're going to do over here. Don't look. I mean, you should look. Literally look, but don't go. Move over and just keep pushing in the bottom stuff, right? What are they going to do off of killing Leshrac and getting Golem? They are very likely to now take your tier 2. And if you TP here, are you going to stop them? Very unlikely, right? Given the state of the game. If you were like way ahead, maybe. We are probably just about to lose our tier 2. So what is better? If we watch them take the tier 2, or if we take half of this tier 2 while farming a creep wave and a jungle camp, right? This one is going to be better. This is what might bait some heroes away from the mid tower, and then maybe you can fight. Right now, 4v5, I can't do anything about that. But if I bait 2 heroes to come here, and then I TP in, now it's actually a 4-on-3, and maybe we can get something out of this. Especially because your BKB... Okay, it's now delivered. So we get a duel, we run in, everyone's low, but there's only so much you can do as an individual hero. So then we don't really get much out of that. And now they're probably going to take our tier 2 tower. Oh, well, maybe we bought enough time for Leshrac to get here. He's going to kill a Tiny. All right, so we keep our tier 2 tower at the cost of like 4 heroes in our first BKB. It doesn't feel like a great trade. That was weird. I have 2 cups here, guys. One is iced coffee. The other is like some soda water mixed with some juice. I wasn't looking. I thought I grabbed my juice cup, but then iced coffee entered my mouth, and that was strange. It's unexpected. I see a lot of solo Legion duels. I know you guys are in separate parties, so I mean, to some degree, it'll happen, but that's part of the issue here. They have been the much more cohesive party. Are they a full party? No, they're also a double party, but their double party has been working out better than your double party, which is just how some party games go. But I think that's the feedback I would give you right now, Chungo Bopper. It's been more about team stuff rather than anything you've individually done. The biggest thing for you is like knowing when you want to just farm the BKB and like push other lanes that we like briefly touched on just now. But a lot of this is your team in the early game when you guys had a lead, your team kept coming to you and leaving the Morphling alone. And then in a lot of phases when your team did have that like even game but more towers, rather than seeing aggressive plays into their half of the map, your team was constantly on your half. you're the carry, so you're not strictly supposed to be the one leading that. But you also lose if you don't, if that just happens, as we're seeing here. So if your team is not doing it, you can kind of take the initiative as the carry to be like, hey guys, let's go as a gang. I don't really want to go, but I'm gonna go because otherwise no one's doing it. You know, you rouse the troops and bring them in, and then you're like, okay guys, you got this, bye. You know, like you go through the twin gate and you like leave. I don't know. This is where you have to like suboptimal play, but is required for what's happening in the game. It's very contrast tastes. I think I need to get used to talking more in game. Yeah, it's definitely not something everyone feels comfortable with communicating, but it's a very powerful tool. Dota's quite complex. Actually, I feel like I do this a lot where I talk about other games I'm playing, but this is how I do connect different games and like the philosophies and everything. So I've been playing Rematch, right? That soccer game. I don't know soccer. I don't know high-level soccer. I played like rec soccer as a kid. I don't know like proper soccer meta, whatever that means, right? But a lot of games are like people trying. So the reason I'm making this comparison is because soccer is way simpler of a game compared to Dota, in my opinion. Maybe that's angering some football fans out there, but you know, to me that's what it is. I see a lot of people complain about teammates in Rematch. But my own experience is it's a lot like Dota, where people are trying their best and then you disagree with what someone did and you start getting angry and flaming, and then they flame and it gets toxic, you know? But a lot of it is like, I thought he was going to go left, so I passed to the left, and then the guy cut to the right. We missed the pass. Now they think I'm an idiot because I like passed to the enemy. I think he's an idiot because he changed directions, right? Super easily solved by communication. Keep going. You know, like go to the corner, something like that. Very basic communication helps minimize that stuff. And that's what can happen in a lot of Dota games, which is way more complicated than soccer of like, am I passing to the left or to the right? Again, trivializing soccer. I know it's more than that. But Dota of like, oh, do we play here? Do we play here? Does this guy farm this and that guy? Right? It's really complicated and you don't have to get it perfectly right. But the very basic communications of like, Legion probably feels pressure of like, I want to get duels. These guys probably feel pressure of like, I want to play with cores, right? Everyone probably has ideas of generally good things to do, but if you do different things, it ends up bad. So if you don't like communicating all that much, that's okay. But start, like if you want to try to communicate more, start with the very basic game plan to get people on the same page. So earlier when you were winning, like back here, right? And I'm starting to say like, okay, you don't really want your team with you. You want them to do something else. You don't need to be like, okay, guys, watch Legion, you know, push up to here, Dark Willow, you stand here, you know, all that. You don't need to micromanage that far. But start with something as simple as, I'm fine up here as the carry, and I'll call you if I need you. You know, like I'll be okay farming this area so you guys can play with Legion. Leave it up to them. Whether they push S3 on this tower or they're smoking in here, they're doing this, all of that is generally in the right direction and on the same page compared to like, oh, is it time to leave the lane yet? Is this a Razor who's gonna like feed as soon as I leave? Should I be with the Legion or the Leshrac? I know I'm supposed to be doing something. I watch ZQuixotix videos, but I don't know which, right? You kind of give him some freedom and direction, and the page you're on, which is like, I'm gonna farm up here and be safe so you guys can do other things. So now he knows like, okay, it's not the Razor. I'm good to go from here. I can start lining up with like one of these two cores, and you start to improve it that way, even if it's as simple as that. And then the more you want to talk, the more detailed you can get. But I think that's a good place to start with communication. I also have water here, a third drink. How decadent. You know it. Is this a draft that should try to play fast tempo behind Razor? I would say you want to win sooner rather than later, but it's not the end of the world. Morphling scares me the most going late into this game, but Duel is pretty good. I know he went Lincolns, but like Legion can buy something to pop Lincolns. You also have Warlock and Dark Willow, two of the best scaling supports. Tiny's actually building as another core, so I don't know. I guess his scaling's pretty decent too. But Razor's late game with a refresher is actually very strong. Maybe the direct matchup into Morphling, who's usually kind of hard to link, is not the best. But you being generally good, infinite scaling, right? Like two really strong supports. Leshrac, he's fine in the late game. It's not as good as like some others, but I think it's good enough, right? I think you want to try to build a fast tempo, but you don't have to throw your bodies at the tier 2 at 12 minutes, like we were saying, right? It's like try to take early towers and then hold the map so you build a gold lead so that you can win around like 25, 30 minutes with a 10k gold lead versus trying to push with a 3k gold lead at 15 minutes. It's not going to accomplish much. But 3k gold lead is enough to get a pick off here. It's not enough to like dive the high ground. So you just like farm up and the game goes later, but you have a big gold advantage. That's very different from going even into the late game or losing into the late game, which is where a lot of people feel too much pressure in these kind of drafts. Games where you are supposed to end early, people try to end too early. There is winning at 20, 25 minutes, and then there's pushing high ground at 14 minutes. There's a very big difference of like building up the gold lead. All right, there's actually been some other donations for guaranteed replays. So usually we have like a little chaos replay pop up like this, and this is where people would just submit games, questions. I kind of go through and see what I think will help the most people and kind of pick those. But for that $5 guaranteed pick, we do actually have a couple. So we are going to continue moving down through those. And it'll hopefully still be useful to everybody, which I think these generally are. We tend to repeat a lot of principles over the course of replays. I would like to sit, Hephaestus. Would you let me sit at the edge of my own chair? I sleep on my chair. I'm only going to use the front 3 inches, Hef, please. All right, this time we have an off-lane axe. What'd you say? Axe off-lane, I had a really hard time trying to carry this game, and it went on too long, and I just felt useless. Okay. 2011-22. Definitely sounds like you had some solid impact, at least in terms of getting kills. Looks like you started the lane really well. And looks like the rest of the team maybe struggled a bit. Actually, who are you? Are you against a Magnus carry? Who's your matchup? Oh, it is the carry Magnus. Okay, so you're both kind of farmed in this lane, but you are a little bit more so. I mean, both teams have stuff going for them. Your team, speaking of the early versus late game, I would favor your team in the late game a little bit more. But it's not like they don't have some tools. Like Magnus late game's always scary, Disruptor late game scary, so they have some stuff going for them too. But I'd still favor your stuff more. I would actually say your biggest issue is that Morphling Sniper are usually quite slow. Sniper can play fast. The way a lot of Sniper pub mid players play is not very fast. We're gonna see what happens in this game. Invoker support is slow, so you and Shadow Shaman need to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the early game to get you guys into the late game on at least even footing, and then should be good from there. Now, it looks like that kind of does happen. You guys even take the early lead, and it looks like, or not the early lead, but like the eventual lead is what I meant. It's not the biggest lead, which is maybe some of the issue, and then it looks like some big fight ends up losing you the game. So we'll definitely jump to that to check. But I also want to check here where you are winning your lane and how we capitalize on that. Because that's where you have the most individual control as an offlaner. Try your best to win the lane and then do a lot with that. So I want to start there. Wait till I see what Morph does. Oh no. How do we donate to get a video review? On Twitch, if you scroll down, there's a banner that you can do. I actually don't know on YouTube. Most of the donations actually come from YouTube, but I only recently added that in. I've never actually really looked on my own YouTube stream of where that link is. I think they do have something somewhere on the bottom bar for like donation. I think it's there. I'm actually not 100% sure.
And away we go.
On YouTube, there's a bill $ next to the chat text input. Thank you. All right, there it is. Somewhere in that range. Okay, so let's hold on, wait. Let me go back a little bit. All right, so up to here, it's a pretty even lane. It looks like the supports rotate over. Ooh. All right, kind of a forced play from the Invoker, but ends up with a double kill. And then, do you guys just take this, or does he commit the ult? What's going on over here? Sniper getting run down by an Undying. All right, Invoker probably could have gone to that to help out. But never mind. Okay, you guys are gonna take this stuff. All right, a little bit of efficiency if you don't think... All right. Taking tower at this stage is kind of #1 priority. But if they're going to just give up on the lane, then, I mean, it'll die at some point. So as you run here, I don't really want you joining major fights till you at least finish the blade mail. And then we want to work on the blink. So, like, technically we could come mid and help with this stuff. But, I mean, you would be going into a timber saw, and you just have to walk in versus Magnus Skewer to get away, Glimpsed away, Mirana Leap away, Timber Chain away, walk into Tombstone. You know, it's like, it's kind of bad. So you really need the blink. So here, I want you to, if the fight happens in your lane, that's making space. If you go to other lanes, that's where you're not really going to have impact as much, or it's going to be hard. And that's where the Morphling or the Sniper are, who are trying to farm and get ahead and all that stuff, you know? So ideally, we either force plays happen here, or we work on our own farm as much as possible. Now, your teammates might not be the biggest fan of hearing me say that, but I do think you really need a blink before you get involved too much. Tying that back to our earlier point on communication, you can say that as an offlaner too. When you're having a good start, you can say like, it's really hard for me to join fights without a blink, guys. So I'll be ready once I have the blink, and I'll just like pressure this bottom half of the map. You can say that as shortly as you want, but something like that helps set the tone earlier. Not like after a fight and they're pinging you. It's like, it's too late. Even though you're right, and you can say like, I don't have the blink, I can't join. They won't back down. If they're already toxic enough to be like blaming people for like why they just lost a fight, they're not going to listen at that point. But if you say it earlier, like as the lane's like around now, right? I can't really join stuff until I have a blink. They might disagree and they might say something, but it also, before they have dropped off too much, puts some responsibility on them of like, well, Axe has told me, you know, what's going to happen. And bad teammates will not adjust, but the good teammates and the average teammates who are trying and just, we were saying like, there's just so many things to try. You don't always know. You have laid down what your game plan is, and it's now on them to like respect that or whatever, you know? And I think the sooner you communicate that kind of stuff, it is generally better for you. It's not going to win you every game, but it will boost you a little bit. All that to say, sorry, very roundabout here. You farmed this creep wave and you farmed it right here, but you should drag it to like a nether camp to min-max the farm. If we are trying to get, if we are combo trying to make space by dragging people to the bot lane and trying to get to our blink as fast as possible, you can clear this and immediately go to the tower, and that's not bad. But let's say you don't take this tower, that kind of means people are going to keep coming here to defend it. So you can keep cutting waves like this and then running to camps, and you're going to be farming really efficiently while people try to defend this very low health tower. And at some point, someone walks away or you just walk back in, you hit a couple times, and like you'll finish the tower. So rather than just farm these creeps like this, I would love for you to drag it to camps. If you're too scared to come over here for whatever reason, people are missing, that's okay. You can come to this small camp. You can come to your hard camp. This stuff down here also works. Ancient's kind of tough right now, but like this camp, super easy. And it's just going to speed up your farm. If I put raw values to it, this creep wave, because of the banner creep, is about 200 gold. So when you come over here and you get 80 more gold, right, that's like a 40% farming efficiency boost. A hard camp, 50% farming efficiency boost, right? We can see how it's going to make a difference. If I'm not joining till I finish the blink, when we're boosting the farm that much, we're going from like, oh, maybe it's like 16 minutes to 13 minutes. Like, it's pretty different when we start this early, improving our efficiency. All right, you're trying to walk over. The blade mail's not here yet. Let's see if you can do this. Looks like you found a disruptor first. So that went better than expected already. And now we're starting to bring a bunch of heroes here. If you have the serpent wards, I'm up for this, and it looks like you do. So I don't mind this because he has serpent wards. If he didn't have serpent wards, I would not join this. I wish he had put them a little further back. It is what it is. I wish he was using them on the tower rather than the creeps. It is what it is. See how you're losing a lot of health before you even got close? You end up dying. So this could have been executed cleaner. The play itself, I don't mind. The actual execution could have been improved by a couple different players. I think what you did in the end was not too bad. I don't know if you even need to go for this Timber. You see how much health you lose. This kind of goes back to my point of like why the blink is important. But up to here was fine, and then you guys push for more. But I don't really know if you guys have the damage to kill him easily, especially away from the Serpent Wards. So rather than rush up to him like looking for the call, what your team's mindset should be is just like the Serpent Wards will do the tower damage. Eventually, the creeps have been farmed. You're now going to focus the tower, or they'll focus heroes if they get close. Sniper will chip this tower from afar, or the heroes if they get close. So rather than like looking for a call back here where you're going to take bonus damage from the trees, you should just be like back here defending the Serpent Wards. And when he walks up, then you can come in to like push him off. But if he doesn't, then that's fine. You guys are taking the tower. This is a more forced fight than you guys need to take. And it was kind of close. I mean, you guys almost got him cleanly with you getting out of there alive. But there's also a world where they just kill you and Timber doesn't even die. And actually now it looks like Magnus is even going to get a sniper kill. Oh shit, going for the Invoker as well. And part of this is because we pushed more aggressively than we needed to. And it'll be a lot easier to do that once you have a blink. All right, Ancient stack is good. Looking bottom is good. So this is where I would like you to play. I want you to make your way bottom again eventually. Until you have the blink. Not too far if you're scared, but like this is really good. Same deal. I'm gonna farm this creep wave no matter what. I might as well get an extra 100 gold for it. Same time commitment. but actually better, right? Because like farm this, walk here, farm this, or bring them all together, farm both. You're going to save yourself a few seconds. You get a little scared of the Magnus. Understandable that you back out. Now it turns out I never farmed that camp because I got scared.
You have my thanks.
Okay, Shaman eventually takes mid, and we now have our Blink. You're still having a pretty solid game. This is not your fault. This is your team coming in too soon without you. So if we go back, for the communication side of things is where you say, I have Blink, let's smoke up. Not your fault. Invoker just immediately starts, so that's on him. Shaman goes into... Didn't press his buttons fast enough. This actually should have been a pretty... Even with Invoker starting so soon, that should have been a pretty straightforward Magnus kill. That's not on you. That's a support mistake. And that's going to happen. We're not going to stress over it. Kind of sucks, but, like, it is what it is. Oh, I told you, all part of the plan. Yeah, I mean, just remember, your teammates are going to make mistakes. As frustrating as it is, it will lose you games. But, yeah, you know, we can't control it. The opponents will make the same mistakes. Maybe not in a given game, but, like, in the long term. So, as annoying as it can be, we just got to focus on other stuff. You definitely want to be aggressive with your team now, though. Blink Blade Mail is a strong timing for Axe. I saw you pinging the Magnus there. I'm going to assume you're also maybe typing a little bit, or Mike saying, like, let's get the Magnus. And I would agree. If you move to other places, now I don't mind, right? Because now it's way easier. So this is adjusting to teammates being bad. They should be behind you. They should be putting deep wards on the enemy jungle, and you guys playing here. That's what I would try to do if I was Shadow Shaman and Invoker. Playing next to Sniper in your own jungle is not the place. But how much can you do on your own is up to you to determine in a given game how strong Blade Mail Blink Call is. In this game, it's not the best. Undying and Timbersaw don't care that much about it. Magnus does, but he's also so tanky, he probably won't die to it on his own. So even if you try to play correctly, if they keep coming top, this is where everyone's going to have a different philosophy, but I say we just got to go with them. You know, like, we'll just try to win together the incorrect way rather than lose the correct way on our own. If you want to try to stay down here for a little longer and be like, hey guys, like, play around me, please play around me, I'm going to put some of my own observer wards, like, we should be down here. And then they still don't listen. That's where, you know, what can you do? So this one, I would say, is also not your fault. This is your team playing in the wrong part of the map. You're capitalizing on it the best way possible, which is to push in the lane and then jungle in the area. I hope you jungle in the area. Bounty rune, farm this. Okay, yeah, we're jungling in the area. And we see what happens. So at least we have Invoker with us, but I'm kind of scared because there's a Timber here, Undying here, and I don't think the two of you can kill a Timbersaw. He's not having the greatest game, but I'm a little worried because his right clicks don't do that much unless he is using spells into the Blade Mail, which shouldn't happen. And we kind of see if we blink call, but we don't have the right backup, nothing's going to happen. Ah, no, just missed it. Scary. Just enough. All right, that was good though. You ping something, your team came. You guys made the play on the bottom half of the map. That was good. Now you're low, so you're gonna try to finish this BKB. I think that's fine. Let's speed up. In fact, we might now jump ahead. We've kind of already determined that this early game isn't really on you. We mentioned some stuff you can do to speed up your own farm a little better, but I kind of want to now jump ahead to these different throws and see if it's if there's anything we can do better in those situations. I know it is a lot of team stuff that is not always in our control for this stage of the game, but maybe there is. For example, what is this most recent fight that you guys took? Hold on, we gotta go back a little further. All right. Morphling dead, but we managed to find a solo Mirana. Take those. Scan. Just kind of sending it. Hold on. I think you're smoked right now. I think this is a replay bug. I was gonna see when your smoke broke to try to like read this a little better, but if it's gonna bug out, then I can't really do that, so never mind. This scares me a little bit, I gotta say. So, I know you killed the Mirana, and that's cool, but at the end of the day, it's 4-on-4, and they're missing a support, and you're missing your carry. So, I don't actually think this is the time to be looking for a fight right now. Even as your team is smoked, this doesn't seem good to me. This is a very blind smoke, right? It's very different if you guys see one guy farming here, you have a ward in here that sees someone, or you have a ward in here that lets you know what you're getting into. This is blind. We're about to initiate a 4-on-4, and it could be all 4 of them together with my Invoker and Shadow Shaman, who are slower, behind, and they're not going to be with you, while Sniper's over here. So it's not really a 4-on-4. You're kind of blindly moving into what could be a 1-on-1, could be a 1-on-4. And will you live long enough for the rest of the heroes to show up? So to me, you're way too far ahead right now on this play. And now you're showing in the creep wave. So I don't know where they are, but they all know exactly where I am. And if they have any wards to see some of this stuff, they can now choose, we kill the Axe, or okay, we don't have enough information, but we know Axe is up here, so we're not gonna go up here. If I was a Magnus and I was kind of scared, maybe like, oh, Axe killed Mirana mid, then he backed up and smoked. I don't know where he is right now. I was scared to push in this lane, so I'm just gonna like jungle and kind of like wait in the trees. Oh, Axe is in the creep wave, so now I'm fine to push this. If you're trying to push this lane, I would say it's okay, but we are now cutting the creep wave in front of the tier 2, so if they want to fight us, this is a good place to do it. Sniper is still not that close, and even if he is, at the end of the day, we are still taking a 4-on-4 where they have 3 cores and 1 support, and we have 2 cores and 2 supports. So I'm not wholly convinced this is something I want to do. I did just jump ahead really far, so maybe something has happened that you guys do want to do this. But my read just like suddenly jumping in here is like, I'm kind of scared about this. Kind of very scared about this. All right, turns out they were all here, but they still let Disruptor die. Fight. Yeah. Yeah. They got us in the end. Right? Let's go back. Let's watch this from their perspective. This last little exchange. Let's look at Magnus's perspective. So we lost Mirana mid, right? Turns out they did have an observer. So I see Sniper top. We all start backing away. I think this is your scan. And then you show here, right? If I'm the enemy team and I'm shot calling, I'm asking Timber to TP immediately, and we should fight you all. He doesn't have a blink. I guess there's a little more safety if you know he didn't get a blink, but he should now try to wrap around, skewer you back, and trap you guys here. Because off of seeing Sniper here and knowing his current items, I'm cheating because I just switched to your perspective. But I know he can't be from here to here fast enough, especially when you get skewered back. Like, I know he can only be here at best. So to me, this is really scary. There's no guarantee they had this observer. But that's the risk of this kind of stuff, right? Is like, we have to imagine, what if they do see us? What if they don't see us? Are these favorable conditions? And that's why they're able to react so quickly and take a fight. I just sent it. Yeah. And that's the hard part. As the initiator, you've got a lot of responsibility to know when it's time to just send it and when it's time to be a little bit more careful. So that's one fight that we could have done better in. Let's see. Let's jump ahead again. What is happening here? So you're currently dead and your team is kind of starting shit. So this is now their mistake. It is at best a 4-on-5. They're just starting. Once again, Sniper back here. So this is not actually a 4-on-5. This is a 3-on-5, potentially. Morphling up here where the Invoker and the Shaman are kind of further back from. So, very split up fight. Where's Magnus? Where's Magnus? TPing in. Oh, there's Magnus. Got caught, apparently. Nice. Double call. Oh. All right, you kind of saved that with that call at the end. So that one barely worked out. I don't know what happened to Magnus. Let's go back. I bet it's because he never bought a blink. Guys, if you play core versus sniper, I don't even care who you are. You have to consider blink, shadow blade, something to get the sniper. So if you are a hero that naturally builds blink, you can naturally build blink like Magnus can, you've got to buy one, guys. Versus a sniper and someone fast like Morphling, you've got to get a blink. I know carry Magnuses can sometimes skip blink for the record, but against these kind of heroes, you've got to get one. Pretty sure he walked in here and got caught. This is why they lost this fight. He's walking in, he's using skewer to get part of the way to the sniper. If this hadn't happened, you guys would have been screwed. So in the same way earlier, we were flaming your team a little bit of like, why are they doing this? Remember, this will happen too. The enemy teams will make the same dumb mistakes. He's not buying a blink. He's skewering in without knowing where sniper is. So he's not going to do anything and he's going to lose a late game fight. Also bad. Same way your support just ran in here on the Magnus earlier on that gank and just like threw everything even though you were back here. So different mistakes, same concept. Life finds a way and balances out. Off of that, yeah, I guess you can just push high ground. Roche is apparently dead. We jumped ahead, so I actually hadn't really noticed that. I don't even know what you guys were posturing around then. I kind of thought you guys were preparing for Roche. I don't even know. But this is fine. Sniper, do some work here. You guys, I know technically the death timers are long enough that you should be fine here to get both going separately, but you never know when someone's going to buy back or something. So I would say safest practice, focus the same barracks as your teammates. Kind of a minor thing, but it'll matter in a couple games here and there. All right, you decided to back up a little carefully. Okay, so here, if your team still wants to push, I would say that's okay, but a couple prerequisites. First, your team should capture this area so Morphling can join. Right now, it's a 4-on-3. Again, you never know when they're going to buy back, and when Magnus respawns, he's going to join the fight far sooner than Morphling. So it'll be a 4-on-4 even as Morphling respawns, and it could be done by the time Morphling gets here. So you are not strictly the one who needs to capture this, but someone needs to capture this. Team comms, whoever, anyone can say this, right? Wait for Morphling. Let's capture this. Let's set up wards around here. And then see. We can push top, wait for them to move out, get a pick off before we go again. If your team wants to force it, which I would say you can because Magnus does not have a blink dagger, all of you sit behind Sniper. So then that's the team comm if you guys want to push. Everyone watch Sniper hit it, and when they try to get him, we jump in then. Again, however you want to say it, I don't care. But there's actually no way for them to get to Sniper because there is no blink on Magnus, right? Timber can go in, but that's not enough. He would just move away, and your team would go in. You don't jump Timber, by the way. You wait. Let this guy go on the Timber. You need the BKB piercing disable versus Magnus's BKB. Shadow Shaman can't do anything versus that. You can. So you continue to wait. So either of those game plans are fine. Like, there's 3, right? Sit behind Sniper, get Morphling, look for a pickoff. I guess that's actually still just 2 game plans, actually. I added another one in my head, but it really is like sit behind Sniper or wait for a pickoff once Morphling's here. One of those 2, I don't care which. We are going in early. Very scary as they start to respawn. And they didn't use their abilities in the last fight. That's why we won. So they're going to have their abilities here. All right, we choose full retreat. Actually, okay, I guess that's the third option. I actually don't mind full retreat. Full retreat overlaps with get a pick off. Uh-oh. All right, so why did this one not work out? Because some people are sticking around. Our full retreat mode is not full retreat. We're farming as they respawn, and they're going to look for something. You guys just leave Disruptor. Call it. Or, sorry, leave Shadow Shaman. Just say it. Just, like, let him go. It's too late. Sniper will never make it here to join the fight. Morphling will, but he's going to have to use Waveform to get here, and that makes him weaker in the fight. This is a dead Shadow Shaman. His own mistakes. Cut it there. Cut one support off. You guys still try to take the fight? I think you tried to walk in for the call, but you should actually just back out, blink in for the call if you're going to go for it. And now we've lost you instead of just Shadow Shaman, which is actually worse.
Radiant's top tower taking hits. Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Itemization. Let's see, what could be good this game? You're mostly control. To me, all the damage can come from your teammates, Morphling and Sniper, and you just enable them with calls. So general survivability and utility are good to me. The RP is the main way you get killed. As long as if you have BKB up, you're not too scared of Timber. And now that Disruptor has bags, that is kind of scary. But... I actually had been thinking about that because I saw you got the Octarine, and I was trying to decide if you actually needed that or not. I know one of the builds is like the Ags. I don't actually know if you need that this game. What else could you do? Late game refresher. Could you get a Scythe? That's a little weird for Axe, but maybe Octarine refresher's not too bad. Aeon Disc is in a bad spot. Otherwise, I would say it's actually not too bad this game because it would buy you time versus the actually, does the passive activate? I guess it's muted. Maybe it doesn't buy you time. It would buy you time versus the RP, which is the main thing I was thinking of. And then I was like, oh, maybe it could help you versus this. Does this still activate in this one? It's actually been so long, I've forgotten. I try to get AC after overwhelming blink. AC's not too bad. It's pretty good for both your supports. Good versus the Magnus. Shiva's might be kind of cool too. Reduced healing on some of these guys. The magic amp isn't so useful for your team. The intelligence is pretty good for you since you use a lot of mana, actually. If you're thinking about refresher, you might need to get... You need Octarine or Shiva. So you need like some kind of mana item. I'm open to Octarine Refresher because I think you really need BKB in these fights for Timber and for... You need going already before Static Storm. So I kind of like the idea of that. Yeah, I'm not the greatest Axe player, so I don't know if I can give you the perfect items here. I like Octarine Axe, or Octarine Refresher, or Shiva's Refresher. I think Overwhelming Blink should be like the last thing you get. I suppose you're kind of there because you're holding Dust. You could potentially hold a gem instead. There's been a very high kill game, but getting map control would be good. I think you're at the point where you're not responsible for holding detection, even though you're kind of the initiator. I think the supports have to do it, and you build something besides Overwhelming Blink. The Blink upgrades, in my opinion, should almost always be like the 6th slot item. You know, you like 6th slot, and then you upgrade that 6th slot. So whatever you want to call that. The 6.5 slotted item. And I think replacing Dust with something else first would be good. Plus, you are not strictly the one initiating. You're kind of letting them come to Sniper. So they'll be in range of your supports building detection. The reason you might need to hold detection in some late game fights is because you have to initiate, and your supports won't be in range to provide detection. All right, Magnus is top, so you guys can do this Roche, and that's fine with me. Yeah, stay in the area. All right, let's go a little further, and then we're going to move on. I think we've already covered some useful stuff. My thought process was overwhelming for more damage if I jump on Disruptor Mirana. That's why it's like the last thing you want to do, because that's nice. But let's say you blink on them and then you get RP'd before your BKB comes out and then he controls you. Or he RPs you and then as your BKB is up, so then as your BKB ends, you get Static Stormed and then he kills you, right?
Enjoy
There's like
the streams.
There's
You
too
helped
many
me learn
ways
Dota
to be
and
killed.
got me to Guardian too.
Yo, nice. I don't understand why some of the donations are read and some aren't. I guess the ones that are done through the stream elements, is that through Twitch maybe? That link, maybe those get read. Maybe I don't have I guess I don't have the YouTube one set up because I actually don't know how to get that one set up for 2 different streams. This is the issue with multi-streaming. I don't know how to get both. Well, thank you. Did you want a replay? Because I noticed it's a $5 donation, which is in line with getting the guaranteed replay, but I don't see a match ID. Let me know if you want one. You've got the rights with that donation. There's one other person we have to get to first, but I'll add you to the mental list. Yeah, this game I just don't think you have to be damage. I think you do plenty of damage already, but it really should be this Sniper and Morphling that you've been making space for most of this game, and now you let them do the work. I guess if you don't trust them, that's like, I don't know, that's another thing, you know, but they're meant to be doing the damage, and you just make them the space. So if you got Overwhelming Blink because you thought it helped you survive, I'd be more open to that. When you tell me I'm getting it because I think I'll do more damage to supports, I feel like that's the wrong idea behind getting it and also then the wrong idea behind your role of like, I'm trying to kill supports. I actually don't think you need to. Disruptor is the main one because now he has blink and Magnus doesn't. He has blink, so he potentially could get to the Morphling or the Sniper and blink Ags disrupt them. But this is pretty late. Like, he only recently finished this combo. So everything prior to this, Disruptor was not an issue for Sniper, who should be sitting so far back, right? Disruptor matchup into Sniper is usually bad because Sniper is so far, you don't typically get glimpsed into issues. So the fact that the game's gone this late is making Disruptor an issue, and if you need to go out of your way to get Disruptor, then I'm fine with that. But you're probably just controlling Disruptor rather than like, I need to solo kill this Disruptor, so I'm getting overwhelming blink, if that makes sense. Like, you should be on Disruptor, you don't kill him in the combo, but he goes like, I'm going to die if I keep going to the Sniper, or because you jumped him and you put Battle Hunger on him, he can't blink, so he can't get to Sniper. Like, that's job done. He doesn't actually need to die. He just can't use Static Storm on Morphling without Morphling already having BKB'd. I know your teammates might be bad, but we can't control it. And remember how bad that Magnus screwed up too. Like, he makes his own mistakes. All we can do is try to limit our own. I think the big one for you we saw was that one attempt where we went really far here. That will matter, right? When you cut that out, you might be more likely to win a game even with bad teammates. If anything, let me pitch that forward for the boost in mental resilience. A lot of people have this idea that if they have good teammates, they would gain MMR. But the MMR gaining process is, I have to win despite bad teammates. Like, that is what actually gains the MMR. Everyone wins with good teammates. We all go up. Anyone can do it. And that's why no one moves. Because when you do have good teammates, everyone is moving up, is all the relative. It is winning when you have the bad teammates. That is what is actually the MMR gains. So I think what's frustrating is when you see a bad teammate and you're like, he's the reason I'm losing. And it sucks and it's true, but I think it helps with your own mental dealing with the situation. If you're like, this is the situation. I'm not losing because of a bad teammate. I just always have bad teammates and I have to win with them. I don't know if that makes sense, but it helps, to me, it helps frame the situation a little bit differently so that it doesn't affect me as much when you have bad teammates. Like, I assume they're bad. They're like supposed to be bad. No offense to any of my teammates out there, but it helps your mental, I think, when you frame it correctly. Or maybe not correctly, but frame it that way. All right, sorry, just responding to something. Okay, we are going to move on to the next replay, but let me know if you have any other questions on this. I think our general summary at the end of it is that you did do pretty well. You know, I would say if we gave you all 20%, like, did you do your 20%? Yes. I would say you did more. You know, we could say you did 23, 24, 20, like whatever. But it turns out this game, you needed to do 30%. And I know it's unfair, but that is sometimes what it takes to like solo win the game, is like you're carrying everybody's fair share. And the whole improvement process is learning how to like slowly boost that. Like, I did my fair share, but like, here's how I do even more. No, thank you. Thank you for the donation. And I'm happy we were able to help a little bit, even though I would agree with you. That one wasn't really your fault. Okay, we've got this one for Gyrocopter. Oh, no, wait. We might be like literally 1 day short. Let's see if it finishes. It might not be working. Emerson, do you have a different game? Because it looks like this game might be literally 1 day short of us being able to download it, and then we're not able to look at it. I don't know if you're still here. If not, I will write down your... Oh, you are here. Perfect. Yeah. Is there another one? If not, that's okay. I'll write your name down. We'll remember we owe you one, which, by the way, Snowflake by the Lake, if you're here, still owe you one. If you have a different one, happy to cover that one. If you want to wait till you have like a different game, that's also okay. While you maybe decide on that, I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to get more water, and we'll keep going. The Axe game, that one, he was Ancient. Okay, if Emerson is still deciding, we can start with the next one first. Let me know if you've picked a new one out or what you want to do. But we could begin looking at the next one. Oh, no, he's got a new one. Okay, great. I would have been able to give you hella feedback on that one too. Not to tease it now that we can't do it, but one of my coaching students loves playing IO, and we give a bunch of we've gone over IO Gyro a bunch of times. All right, I'm gonna guess you're still the Gyrocopter here with your buddy. Gyro 1 timestamp. Looks to be about an Archon game. Archon carry. I don't know why sometimes I write hard carry, sometimes I write carry. I mean, I guess everyone knows the difference. Or like that it's the same. Okay, let's load into this one. Let me know if you got any questions on this. I know the IO one you had stuff on map. Sorry, yeah. I mean, if you ever play that pairing again, the IO Gyro, feel free to come back. Be happy to cover it. Don't have Twitch. I'm gonna do the $5 for YouTube. I was just told next to the chat feature there should be like a $/bill looking thing that you can click to do the donations there, if you so choose. Completely optional for the guaranteed replays. But we're taking a look at this one for the Gyrocopter. We got one more, and then we're still going to be going for a little bit longer. I don't want to go as long. We have done some replay streams which have went longer. It is wearing my voice down a little bit because I've been realizing I've been doing a lot of talking. So I think I want to keep today's a little shorter as a recovery replay stream. Because I don't know. The replay streams we talk the most, and I didn't think it bothered me that much, but lately I've been feeling my like throat and mouth from talking so much. It's kind of, I don't know, kind of tired. Okay. You were tilted after this game last night. We were ahead for so long, but couldn't coordinate a high ground push for a sniper. Ooh, that's a classic. Yeah, looks like you have a... it's not the greatest lead, but you've got some of a gold lead, and then you had a bigger gold lead, 20k. Although 20k at 50 minutes is not as big, and then yeah, it looks like they eventually make a recovery back to their own 20k. Okay, I think I already know what to look for, and we're going to jump to those mid to late game situations to look for it, because I know a lot of times we do emphasize the early laning stage. It's where I think we have the most control, but I don't want to like skip out too much on the mid to late game, which I know is where a lot of people say like that's where they're the most confused. And even though I do think the early game is the best place to focus, I mean, we're going to play mid to late games as well, so it's good to cover as well. I don't care too much about the exact start as part of trying to like get to that mid to late game. So all this, yeah, we get a kill. Looks like we're missing a lot of last hits, so I'm not gonna worry too much on that, but that's definitely worth focusing up on if it happens a lot. Some games I know it's just like we're just off a little bit, so I don't want to read too much into one single game. But if you do find that to be a trend, definitely sit, give it a little bit of practice. Oops, man gone in a little too far. A bit scary there. All right. This, as we can see, there's some kill potential from both sides. It's a dicey lane. So definitely don't skip out too much on regen if you think you can fight it. Depending how the first blood, how the early lane goes, sometimes you realize like, oh, this is not happening, right? But if it's close to these moments, a lot of times what decides the lane is whoever stays healthier. Either because they itemize towards it or because they manage to take one good trade and then they just hold the lead from there in these very close volatile lanes. So don't be afraid to buy like extra tangos, salves especially. You get a fight where you're both this low, one team has salves, the other team doesn't, you've won the lane. At least for the next like 30 seconds because they can't even approach. They eventually get their own salves, but now you have like the gold lead because you got a whole creep wave. You have the level lead, right? It's not always easy to identify, but as soon as you get this feeling like, boy, we are duking it out, don't be afraid to buy more regen. And especially if they are spellcaster heavy, don't skip the magic stick. Even though I know you were trying to get this Falcon Blade pretty quickly. The magic stick, I would say Mars on his own is worth a magic stick because he has 2 spells, uses God's Rebuke often for last hits, and anytime he fights, he uses both. Venomancer, not as much if you go like QWW. No guarantee he's actually going QEE. Venomancer himself is not as good to buy sticks against unless you know he has the Plague Ward, but I'd say Mars justifies it. And you'd already have quite a few stick charges from just the Mars. And then it turns out it is Plague Wards, Veno. So even more. Let's jump ahead a few minutes. Hello, Sniper. Apparently Sniper came up here. What can you do?
Double kill.
Now I'm looking here because since you're playing with a friend, this is gonna be very different from the Gyro IO match that originally you had wanted to look at. Sorry, we can't look at it. But if you do play with the IO pairing a lot, with IO you stay together all the time. With other supports, pretty much every other support besides IO, you do want to eventually split off. You lane together, and then you go, I am fine, get away from me. With love, buddy. With love, get away from me. And you can actually coordinate that because you're a party. So it's around this time that I'm looking at that I would want to see you two start to do different things. And mostly for you, you would shove out the lane with Flat Cannon and then just like jungle this way. Unless top has been really tough, especially if they're diving a lot with the Venomancer, then you could leave it and you go jungle and he holds the lane. Shadow Shaman, not the best at holding the lane, and Gyrocopter, pretty decent with Flat Cannon. So I would say you can stay here. And for example, you would just flak, hit this creep, hit this ward from a safe distance, and you would mostly clear out the creep wave. Yeah, so you kind of see you flak the whole wave down. Looks like you guys want to go for a fight, and maybe you kill the Venomancer here. You use the ultimate, great placement. Okay. Perfect. Got the Venomancer kill. Buddy, get away from me. This, okay, actually, because I've now noticed he is 8 XP away from getting level 6. If you guys want to try to shove this lane, kill these wards, get him level 6, drop the ultimate on this, then I'm okay with that. If he was not so close to level 6, or if he had already used his ultimate, or maybe you just want to ult somewhere else, that would also be okay to me. And he goes through the Twin Gate right now. Or let's say it's 30 seconds earlier. You guys just killed Venomancer at like 7:30. Then he comes stack and go for the power rune, right? Whatever excuse is what I'm looking for, and then I want him to leave. Because right now, let's say Mars was playing up here still. It's you versus Mars, one-on-one. You're going to be okay. You're going to shove it in and then just go jungle. He's not going to bother you. The 2-on-1 is what's scary, but you just killed Venomancer. So at minimum, 26 seconds to respawn and TP back in, and that's why I know Shadow Shaman can leave you right now, and you will be okay. If you stay for the ultimate push, that's okay. Leave right after that. Thinking about it? Okay, so we are going for it. Move it further back. This is actually in the Shadow Shaman video I made, but it was like 40 minutes, and maybe not everyone watched it. This Serpent Ward is not going to do more damage closer to the tower than it is back here, and if you put the ward back here, it's much easier to safely defend this. Is someone TPing right here? I don't know. To defend this, got to be pretty up close. Kind of scary. So you put the Serpent Ward over here. You guys position like further back here. Like you can stand next to the Serpent Ward. He can stand behind you. That's much safer. This Serpent Ward's going to do the same damage to the tower here or here. Going to be a little harder for Sniper. Let's say Sniper defends it. TP's here, kills the ward. How you ever get into Sniper, right? Probably not. Now Sniper's so long range that even if you move it back here and he's here, still going to be pretty difficult, but a little easier than this close. Okay, so you've decided to get out. That's okay with me. Your friend should have it just hit the tower. These creeps can actually push up to you. He should just use the Serpent Ward to kill the tower. Okay, he did it. You guys didn't quite get the tower. No big deal. You guys got like half of it. A little less. That wasn't the best. It's fine. We did some tower damage. Leave. You're fine. You jungle. You've got the ward set up. Your buddies prepared you. Don't die on your own. That's your fault if you do. But now you just shove the lane, jungle, repeat. He wanted to push there. I didn't feel great about it. Yeah, I can understand why that was a little scary to push. I am okay if you guys do it or you don't do it in that situation. But now, notice he's still up here. So you're farming this, split with him. You're going to come farm this, it's split with him. You're getting all the gold, but all your XP is splitting. And this is where later we look, right? And as part of tilting the enemy team, I want their carry to look over and be like, why is Gyro 2 levels higher? Ping, ping, off lane, garbage Mars, report, blah, you know? But he's not. He's going to look over and be like, no, we're the same level because Shadow Shaman is the same level because we're always together. So yeah, if you play too much the Gyro IO, you got to remember to break that. The IO is so unique. He is the only support that you are pretty much 24/7, less than that. You know, it's like 22/7 stuck to the carry when you have a pairing like Gyro at least. Everyone else, you give dedicated time to in almost every situation. Like, what is Shadow Shaman doing here for you? Okay, he's actually going to go stack here. That is something he's doing for you right now. But now, if he comes back, what is he doing for you? Nothing. And if he had left the lane and he was down here, he could have double stacked for you. Stacking Ancients, that's great. This, fantastic. So that one would have been even better. Now he's helping you farm the Ancients, but you don't need his help. You will do this on your own. You'll use 2 flat cannons, you use your ultimate, but like, you'll do it, right? So actually, this whole Ancient camp, it's like you got 1 Ancient camp. If he wasn't 6 yet, I would say that's okay. Like, maybe he just happened to be there, really needed his level 6, and you wanted to give him XP. That's fine. But once he has his ultimate, of course you want more levels, but I don't want it to come at the cost of you. I want it to come from somewhere else, ideally. I'm getting found by a Venomancer. All right, see, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing here? By the way, be really careful of this. This is a classic. This gets so many carry players. So you actually even knew Venomancer was in the area. You actually see him walking in. So this is very greedy on your part. In this situation, you should just cut this way and go farm back here. And you can farm here, and you're on the high ground, so you'll see Venomancer come in this way. It'll also scare him to do that. You should see him coming through like the wave, something like that, potentially. When you farm down here, maybe you got baited by this bounty rune. If you know you're far enough ahead, you can grab it and just leave. But this camp and then these camps, these are a classic for carries and mids farming here. People walk up to here and then they jump you in some way. Either they jump you or you come close to the cliff, whatever. In this case, it's Venomancer just ulting from the high ground. A classic. I do this to many carry players. So be very careful of that. If you know you're in kill range and you know certain heroes are missing, maybe you just didn't expect the Veno damage. But now you will in the future, and you'll know these are very dangerous camps, these low ground camps. The other ones that are really dangerous are these two. These two and these two are quite dangerous if you think anyone is in the area. These are much safer. These top ones are relatively safe because you're on the high ground. You see people coming up. It's harder to surprise you. Or if you need to farm these camps, you farm them from this side rather than this side. But there's no option for this camp, right? The best you can do is like drag it over here, which you can kind of do, but it's a little funny because of the tree line. I just didn't think he'd do that. Yeah, that's what'll get you. Okay, but now this, okay, so this isn't on you, but for all the support players out there, see like Oracle's up here, Shadow Shaman's down here, but this is all just if I'm Gyrocopter, I'm the carry right now, and I want space alone and I want to farm, where do I go? If I want a lane and jungle creeps, because that is the most efficient farm to get both. Technically, if Gyro just wants to jungle, yeah, there's like a couple spots. I mean, he just died here, probably shouldn't go back. But yeah, he could come up here, could come here, but that's not as efficient as having a lane. So you're telling like Queen of Pain, you should leave. You should give that to Gyrocopter. You know, it's like Slardar, get out of here. Let Gyro fight in the 3v3 lane. It's like, well, maybe in some situations, but this is why you don't want to keep coming up here. And your buddy comes back, so now it's like, now we're 3v3ing the top lane again. A 4v... Slardar's here, guys. Slardar's here. Okay, if Gyrocopter had walked bottom and was doing the triangle, and then they wanted to make this kind of sick play, and then Gyro comes down here, I'd be more open to that. Gyro walked top, and then everyone TP'd in. What are we doing? Where's Gyro gonna get his solo farm? Now, I know this fight is working out, guys. But all this creep wave, it's like Gyro got one creep for how many heroes are up here. There's also no guarantee you get a 1-for-3 fight, right? It could be even, it could be Gyro being the one who died, all that stuff. It will sometimes work out to all group in the carry's lane. But when it doesn't work out, it falls very flat. Compared to doing something away from the carry, has a much higher like fail-safe rate where it's like it didn't work out, but it's still okay because at least the carry's alone and we were messing with the enemy carry. Oh yeah. Here's the net worth. So he is still at the top, right? I know I'm making a big deal and we're like, well, sorry, he's still like 2,000 over. Is this Earthshaker carry, by the way? Well, we haven't really looked down there, but I think it is. Yeah, I guess so. Kind of wacky. I mean, Gyro should always be ahead of an Earthshaker carry, I guess, but even now, Gyro's trying to jungle, still splitting two ways. Are we on paid right now? Yeah, and there's one more after this. So in the last 5 minutes, I mean, if we went back to look at it, how often Gyrocopter had a lane and jungle camps, this is one of the few instances it just happened. He just pushed in mid and then went to the triangle. Most of these cases, he's always been next to another hero. Sometimes he's been in the lane, but there's been other heroes nearby. And this is about as good as it could get. Gyro is 5-2-1. He was getting kills. His team wasn't dying too much, right? 11-7. This is one of the best case scenarios of this happening. So just imagine anything worse, right? We lose the fights, Gyro gets killed, anything, and it's gonna fall really flat. I know it has to be all theoretical because when you look at it, you're like, Zach, he's literally at the top of the net worth. But I swear it's a thing. Okay, now your original question was throwing against the sniper, so I actually do want to jump there now. Otherwise, we're going to spend, like, forever here. So let's jump to when you guys had a pretty good gold lead, which, okay, kind of messed that up. We just saw a big Roche play happen right there. So it looks like at your best, the first Roche happened here. That might actually be worth looking at. Let's see, what is that, 35-ish? A little less. So what happens with the first Roche? And then looks like you actually lose the Roche here, so we could also see this setup. Because we shouldn't be losing the Roche with that amount of a gold lead. All right, so you guys came and did Roche. Great. Looking at the map, I see all the tier 2s up. I see you guys have a decently farmed Quap and U, but it's not totally out of the picture. It's only a 4K lead. So we got to be careful with what fights we take. Go for these tier 2s, look for any pickoffs. Slardar, pretty good at starting a fight. So is Shadow Shaman. If you guys just go into a full siege, it's pretty tough. You have the Queen of Pain, not Queen of Pain, Oracle, who could sit behind you as you guys siege towers. But your short range, sniper's long range, Mars has the blood sport, so there's no guarantee you even get saved by the Oracle. So long sieges are not what you guys want to do. You guys want to... the tier 2s are more doable because you actually can dive the back to the sniper. The tier 3s are where you don't want to siege until you absolutely have to. So we want to mostly play a game of play the map, find pickoffs, and push when we have kills. So we got the first kill. We go for the Roche, and we actually still have time to get sniper, so this is fine. You guys actually could have gone even further. Your friend could have dropped the ultimate on that, and you guys could take that. You guys are moving bottom now. You have very good vision setup. This is part of why you can siege tier 2s, even if it's tough into this lineup, because you can place these kind of wards. Can't really do that in here. Though, if you guys had looked at this tower, it was almost dead, so you actually don't even need to ward, because it's dead, and now I'm only going to go play top. So this ward, it's not going to help you all that much, and turns out they actually just put a sentry back here. There's another reason why, if you don't have to put this, you don't want to. You actually want this observer. I guess, tell your friend. You're entering the point where you just want to see weird parts of the map. You want to play one area. So let's say... So this cliff ward means I want to play this area. So then I don't want another cliff ward. I want something strange. I want an observer like over here. This wouldn't actually be that weird, but like I want it to survive. I need a sentry, an observer like here, like here. It needs to be in a weird spot. I just need to see people walk through it. That's what I want from the majority of my observers. And maybe I have one observer like this in a very obvious place that I'm going to actively play. The issue here is that we've overlapped. These are very similar. And I just took this bottom tower for free. So I only have this mid tower, which is not bad to get, but then I'm going to leave this area. So we kind of have two observers, which are not going to be the greatest unless a fight happens right here, which is why the enemy team should not really have come into this area, but it looks like they're still going to get Shadow Shaman. All right, this ends up being a really messy fight for us. Let's look at it one more time. All right. By the way, this should have let you know that there's a smoke going on, because these creeps walked by the observer and then turned around to it, which means a sentry just got placed, and I don't see a hero. So unless someone has cast range and a support is like right here, putting a sentry at max range, there's actually a very high chance there's a smoke right here. And then you guys revealed it. And actually went in on the initiator. I actually say this sometimes. Oh, by the way, this is also another mistake we mentioned about Shadow Shamans feeling the need to like blink real close. If Shadow Shaman actually blinked like over here, Shadow Shaman could blink on the cliff or blink like over here and do the same shackle. Hex shackle. Much safer than like right here. But anyways, you guys jump the Mars, which means Mars jumped the Queen of Pain and the Shadow Shaman. So that's what your team wants to be careful of. It wasn't really you. But when you guys run into a smoke like that, you should be very careful, right? That means they were ready to fight, and the fight is happening at the edge of your observer, so you guys didn't even have the best vision of the backline. If you guys broke a smoke right here and you wanted to start a fight, that's very different, because then this covers the whole area and you're going to see the whole fight. You guys only see the edge of the fight with this observer when you guys engage on this. You guys try to get the sniper, but yeah, you're like, oh, that's too far. So then Slardar stuck. So this just ended up being a very messy fight for your team. All right, so that's the first Aegis kind of being lost. Let's jump to what happened on the next one. Medusa split shot is different. There's it applies Medusa with, where is it now? Is it the Ags now? Yeah, okay. So Medusa Aghanims applies the on-hit effects. It used to be a talent. It's now the Ags. I had to double check. I kind of forgot. So that's why on-hit effects like Scotty can work with split shot. It doesn't work until you pick what used to be the talent and now the Aghanims. Flak Cannon has the same like multi-attack, but they don't apply on-hit effects. And there's no talent or anything like that for it. So that's why they don't. You can even see here, yeah, only the main target of attacks will receive attack bonuses such as critical strike. Oh, he's watching too? Perfect. You don't even have to share it. Welcome. All right, so you're going to get Scotty. What would I say you should get this game? I don't think you actually need Scotty. Hurricane Pike might help you deal with some of the longer range from Sniper and allow you to push more safely. If you guys really wanted to go, if you like can foresee that you're going to lose the late game, you could go Divine Rapier and go for like a death push. Blink Dagger could also be cool if you went Swift Blink after you synthesize the Aghanim so that you can get to Sniper, because a lot of these fights are pretty much dictated by Sniper. Once your BKB is going, you ignore like 3 of these heroes. So getting to Sniper through the arena is kind of what's holding you back. Scotty won't really change that. So if you got a Swift Blink and when Slardar jumps or Shadow Shaman jumps, you also jump, and then Queen of Pain also jumps, they don't actually have save heroes, right? They have stunners, but that's what the BKB will do. And once you guys are on top of Sniper, like that's the best they can hope for. They're trying to echo you, they're trying to arena, spear you, but none of it does anything. And then if they have any support items, maybe, but that's also where Nullifier might come into play. So actually, that's what I don't know if you commit to this yet, but that's what I would go for instead. I would get a Blink here. Okay, you guys start Roche. A couple of them are showing top. Okay, getting scary. Yeah, you guys gotta be careful here because it got revealed. All right, you gotta BKB and commit. You gotta get in there. We're kind of uncertain for a little bit. Back and forth. Yeah, you gotta like drop the ult, do everything right there, move the treads, pick it up. Heat of the moment, totally understand if you like panic a little bit. But with the power of hindsight, now, if you guys backed off sooner, back off sooner. Perfectly okay with me. But once they're in like that, we gotta just go. We gotta like BKB, ult, treads down, grab it, fight, pray, click war, hope. So instead they get the Aegis. Notice in this fight, okay, actually your buddy just got the Sniper, so that's good. Unfortunately, it's just a Shadow Shaman, very likely to now be killed. But notice how free Sniper was in a lot of this. Once they actually get once they get the Roche, by the way, I would actually just back off. There's nothing to fight for. Unless you think you are winning the fight. But the original positioning made me think you guys were going to lose the fight. It's actually now dragged on so long that you actually guys did win the fight. Pretty good. Okay, Queen of Pain should go mid and cut the creep wave. Get mid coming in. You push bottom. This should be 2 barracks. We just jumped ahead, so I don't know if buybacks got used. I see some 100+ death timers. I feel like this should be 2 barracks. There's the 1 fortify. All right, and then we should move straight to mid. Now there should be a creep wave here to help us. There's not because no one cut it. Oracle could also do it, since Oracle's tower damage compared to Gyro and Quops is pitiful. Yeah, we got 2 barracks. We even killed Venomancer. The Megas is kind of pushing it, but because they're staggering deaths. All right. So this is a mega loss. Ooh, no wonder why you were tilted. I see, I see. Okay, once you have megas, you can't get overconfident versus a lineup with sniper. If they ever wipe you, they could end the game in one push because they have tier 2s open. Now, they'd have to go through top, which is awkward. So, things of importance right now. This tier 2 mid is a big saving grace because the fastest death push is you guys wipe here and they run down like this, and that tower's not there, so they go for this, they take this, then they go for the end of the game. That's the fastest. If you have to go this way, it adds like 20 extra seconds at least. So the mid death push is a lot faster. The fact that you have a tier 2 here gives you 2 team wipes, essentially, where they push, you fortify, it dies, but by the time the fortify ends, they move in, the other stuff is pushing in. So they kind of have to back and then wipe you again and then come up here and do this. So this is important. Don't give this up for free. From here, all you need is a pickoff. Any pickoff will help you out. If they've used buybacks, any of those heroes are the best. They just haven't been saving, apparently. So any pickoff will set you up. What kind of wards do we need now? You just need the weird wards. You need the wards that scout someone moving this way into the jungle and you eliminate them. You need the wards that see the entrances and let you know where they're going, and you try to kill that hero. They TP out, dang, try again. You have like 6 minutes per ward. They're gonna try to deward, sure, but you guys just keep going back and forth. You can put one cliff ward if you want, but you have to stay in that area. All right, so right now, I'm not sure what you're farming for, but we're in game losing territory right now. 20K is good. You guys don't know the actual amount. You guys are actually 16K behind right now. If you're over here and the team's over here. So I don't know what the miscommunication was, but we are currently losing the game. If anything, if you get found, you guys lose. If they get found, you guys lose. When they go into the base, you guys lose. There's no winning situations here that are in our control. There's random chance winning, which is like, oh, a support's here. Oh, a sniper's here, and someone's over here. All blind. There's no information here. Complete random chance to lose a fight here. And I'll be real, you probably don't lose the game off that one fight, but it's gonna give them some money back. You want it to farm buyback. I'm totally okay with that, for the record. You can farm buyback. It's these guys that have to be careful. So someone needs to say that. You need to say, like, I'm farming buyback, and then we can go. They should all be farming, right? If they're smoked and you're farming, there's still a disconnect. These guys, you guys are missing 1,000 GPM. If you're like, I'm farm mode, they go, oh shit, we're farm mode too. So there's all this farm, there's all this farm, and there's like this farm, right? Everyone could be in farm mode. So these guys should identify that if you're not there. If they're going, even if you don't have buyback, then you should farm aggressively on their half of the map. Though I would say the bigger issue is with your team more than you. You choosing to farm buyback in a late game situation, I'd say, is like the very safe, correct choice. This is team losing positioning right now. I'm going to be harsher here to make sure the message is clear. I'm not flaming anyone in particular, but I want you guys to all recognize when this kind of stuff happens, it should be panic mode. It should be like, we're losing right now. We can't do this. This is one of the few ways you guys lose games, which is Slardar gets found, you guys lose, or you guys get found, you guys lose. And we're on their half of the map. So in the same way you should be putting weird observers, they should be putting weird observers. So I have no idea if they know we are split up. But if they do, this is how they win a fight. And we're giving it to them. So we need to be very careful when we're on their half of their map. And it doesn't matter who does it. Everyone called out. If you're a support and you guys, 4 of you are in the right spot, you guys go, we're way too far up without Slardar. We have to stay together, right? And you have to call back in these situations. You guys have to back up right now. You cannot walk into the creep wave. That's what's under your control. Slardar, he's off in the crazy land. You walked out without him? You're in your own crazy land. Walking up. Slardar joined. Okay, that's cool. He's left again. This is crazy. It's crazy. Everyone's crazy. Okay, Oracle. Poor Oracle. Oracle out here playing a save hero. Doing his best. Has his eyes split like a catfish right now. It's like Gyro's over there. Slardar's over there. Queen of Pain is jumping in the mid lane. Who am I supposed to save? Everyone is jumping in right now, and I have one ultimate with one blink that is canceled by Ice Vortex that is littering the map because I thought we were walking here, and suddenly everyone is across the entire base. Who do I go to as Oracle? Oracle is miserable right now. So, not too surprised that you guys aren't able to really take that fight, because that was extremely split. If you are forced to siege versus sniper, no one should ever jump in like that. Your tankiest hero should be up front. So if you guys want to go mid, that's okay. Though if you're mid, you actually just have like 2 ways to be collapsed on from either side. So actually a side lane is potentially easier, but obviously there are some paths to be collapsed on as well. If you have any observers, that helps a lot. If you push from like bottom, it's harder to like be wrapped around from this angle. Gyro, let's say it's from mid. Gyro, okay, right here. Let's start here. Gyro is in the creep wave. Okay, against Earthshaker, Gyro is to the side of the creep wave, pushing. Oracle has no Blink Dagger, actually. Oracle should have a Blink Dagger, but Oracle at least has a Force Staff. So if Gyro is here, Oracle is back here. Oracle should be the hardest hero to reach. There should be a hero potentially breaking that smoke of the wraparound onto Oracle. So Queen of Pain, who has a Blink, should also be like over here. She's more survivable. If she gets found, Oracle can save her instead. Slardar, if you want to jump as a response to people attacking the Gyro, Slardar and Shadow Shaman are the heroes who are jumping. So they can be a little closer to Gyro, but also relatively close to like the Oracle. So they can just be like back here and like one behind this tree. And Gyro's right here. So let's run through the initiations of the enemy team. There's Blink Echo. Blink Echo will only affect Gyrocopter, and Gyrocopter will not die because Gyrocopter is extremely tanky, partly because you bought an Eye of Scotty, but even without this, you'd be very tanky. There's also an Oracle waiting to come and save you. Echo will not kill you, nor your team, because you're on your own. You could be arena'd. You'll have BKB, your team will see you, they'll save you, you're also very tanky, you're probably not going to die in one stun. They could chain stun you. Again, you have teammates. You're even partnered with your friend. Your friend should probably swap this Lotus out, have an Observer Sentry. When they arena you, he observers in the arena, Oracle can then save you if you didn't BKB in time. That's it. There's no other initiation. It's those 2 heroes. The third, I guess, is like Sniper hits you. He'll just back off in that case. So there's no way, like Gyro on the front on his own is the safest approach that allows the whole team to protect Gyro. And it's going to be really tough because Sniper outranges you by like twice your attack range. And that's why it's so annoying versus Sniper and why the better play is to actually wait for a pickoff outside of this base. But if you have to force it, that is the formation you guys are going to take. Ideally, you have Aegis, and ideally, you try to find the pickoff, and they sit in their base the whole time not giving you the pickoff, and you go, damn, I wish I had the pickoff, but at least I have 100% map control. So instead of a 20k gold lead, you guys end up with a 40k gold lead, and then you go, I guess we're going to force it since they want to sit in their base the whole time, and you're going to have 20k extra money, which means this guy does have a blink. It means this guy has, I don't know, a Hex, overwhelming blink, whatever. Queen of Pain has eaten the Aghanims and bought a Refresher, or bought a BKB would have been very good this game. Your buddy maybe bought a BKB. You, Moon Shard, I guess. Backpack Refresher, whatever, right? A lot of tools with that extra money. Queen of Pain should not initiate, should never initiate like this. Baits everyone else to come in. Arena saves the sniper. Sniper's in the back. Full free range damage now. And Slarter's got to do his best to come in. But then this is what the supports do, right? They just save the sniper. Everyone plays around sniper. You guys did not all play around you. So their formation was a lot better. And it's a lot easier. They may not even be thinking of this formation, but there's no other formation to play when you're stuck in your base like this. This is why it works in so many pubs, because finally, by accident, you do the right thing. You're like, I guess we're around sniper here in our tier 4s because there's nowhere else to be. We can't split up in this different ways. But the team sieging always split up this way, and that's how they end up losing. Okay, so here's the mindset shift. Sorry, you may have said this earlier, and I'm just like late to seeing it. You're like, how do I break high ground? You broke high ground. This is the high ground. The barracks are the high ground. So your reward for breaking the high ground on their team wipe earlier is that you have permanent map control because you didn't lose any barracks. So your creeps will always push in, and that is always information. I'm going to speed through it so that we'll see it in a second. You will, over time, always see the lanes in your favor. They may push it out for a little bit, but you just give it like 30 seconds and it will push back. If they don't want it to push back, they have to show themselves. That's the information I'm talking about. That's why the observers then cover the rest. The observers don't really have to see the lanes because the creeps will see the lanes. The observers see this weird shit back there. They say you put the observer like real far back to just catch the entrance of someone walking away. So let's speed through this team wipe again, and then just watch the mini-map here. The high ground is broken. What we need is a pickoff, and the pickoff should not happen in their base unless you have a huge gold lead, which sometimes you can have a huge gold lead. But in waiting for the pickoff, another way to think about it, you guys were 20k up with all the megas. Any team fight outside of their base, you would probably win. It's the team fights in their base that you might lose. So what you need is an insane gold lead to not care about the base, which is like not a 20k gold lead at 50. It's like a 40 to 50 to 60k gold lead at that time, depending on the lineups. Or they get bored. This is a pub game. There's only so long people are willing to sit in the base outside of 5v5 matches. Someone will step out and you will stockpile smokes. And as soon as someone steps out and you guys are farming the map, you guys, holy shit, someone left the base, smoke, and you beeline it and you try to get him. And if you get him, fantastic. You go, you force the buyback, you back out, you repeat. It's slow and it's annoying versus a sniper, but like that's anti-sniper gameplay. Sniper is now out of the base. If you guys were not dead, let's pretend everyone is full health right now. This is a fight you guys can take, right? These guys are outside. Sniper was here. This is how you can wrap around the sniper and they get caught off guard. But in the base, there's no wrapping around. There's only sniper on point and they knew how to play around it correctly. And that's why so many throws happen this year. This is also crazy. Crazy going on right now. Poor Oracle. Right, this kind of stuff, what's happening? 5k gold lead. They're actually 60k gold over you guys right now. And Queen of Pain is jumping in like that. Right, that's the mindset you want to have. Like when you guys lose heroes, you guys have to factor that in. It's like we're not ahead just because we have megas. In these small micro fights, they are so insanely ahead of us that you have to be careful. And I don't think your team turned on that switch because you guys have megas. This is like, we've won, there is no losing, but there's totally losing. We have not won the game yet. We just have megas. So that's probably the main piece of advice you need to have. The blink actually will help you. So when your team makes these kind of silly plays, you also can jump to the sniper. And if you kill the sniper, you probably win that team fight. Though sniper will probably buy back and then sit in the fountain, and then you're gonna get wiped after that. So this is the kind of stuff, right? Take away the deaths. Mars is so far out. Let's say his whole team is sitting behind him. This is so much more doable, right? One, you should have observers to let you know if the team is there or to be very suspicious that the team is there. But two, this is so much more manageable than like jumping him under the tier 4. He doesn't have the extra armor and regen. The positioning is much harder. So like if they're here, sure, we happen to be on this side. It's a little tough. It's very similar to high ground. But what if the rest of the team was on the side and you guys smoke, wrap around as they're trying to retreat? You guys like cut through here, catch them. There's like so many more options out of the base. But with your team dead, again, you are like 50k behind right now. You shouldn't be going on the Mars unless you know where the rest of the team is, which you guys don't. It so happens that he is not with the rest of his team. You guys have a little bit to work with. Okay, Sniper is showing in the base now. If Mars was showing now, you could go. Okay, Roche is up. Go for Roche. Set up wards. Get ready for Roche. Notice a lot of your team's observers are like, it's funny to say, this is an aggressive observer. It's like outside the base. It's aggressive. Look, he's killing it instantly. You know why? Have you guys ever been stuck in your base? Do you know what you do? You put the sentries around your base. Then you put the sentries around the base. There's nowhere else to go. This is where all of it is. This is why you have to be careful. Anything in this area, you'll lose pretty quickly. So you guys, despite having the map control, have no vision. All right, you only have the lanes pushing in. Your friend's putting this one. As long as you guys play in that area, it's not bad, but it will be the first place most people check as soon as they can leave the base, so you guys will lose it. You guys overlap with this one as well, so pretty redundant. Just one of these is good enough. You guys get Roche. All right. You still need to take the formation. Even with all this stuff, it needs to be you in the front, everyone behind you. All right, Slardar or Shaman should have jumped the Mars there. This is far enough out the base. You can take the fight. This is the kind... But when I say we're looking for pickoffs, this was far enough, by the way. I'm not saying, like, you've got to find someone out here. Someone on the edge... From the edge outwards starts to be enough. We don't want to fight, like, in here. And at the very edge is still a little scary, but, like, some guy out here... This is, like, one blink. You know? So, like, if Shaman's here, shackling, he can't be echoed from, like, an Earthshaker that was out of sight here. So that's about the range you need, depending how instant your team can kill someone. I'm just going to go until you guys lose this push, which might be the end of the game. This formation's pretty good. What you guys were doing just now, while you were clearing that creep wave, that was pretty good. Round 2. Formation broken. Kind of working. No longer working. You couldn't get closer. That goes back to your itemization, the blink. But also, after you guys killed Mars, it should have been a retreat until you guys were... You have to, like, reset yourselves. You had 100 seconds with Mars dead. It didn't need to be, like, a go right now. Like, you have a window to wait a moment. In this particular push, again, you guys are, what is it? Shadow Shaman and Slardar. So with Mars dead, kind of counters out. So it's just like a 15k deficit for our team right now as we push high ground, which is crazy when we put it like that. Unless we're desperate, which we're not. You guys should have just waited for Shadow Shaman and then just like double ult this. Sniper is your biggest issue. Even Sniper will take 5 seconds to kill a Serpent Ward with how fast he attacked, and there's 2. So at this point, you guys can push up, double ult, and then back off. And like you're up front with the Serpent Wards, and you just whittle down towers till they're both dead. Like Queen of Pain has reached that like pretty unkillable state. So she'll make space for you. But we couldn't make use of the space because we didn't have the team. See how much damage Sniper did this game. $98,000. So much. All right. I think that's a good amount of information on pushing high ground correctly. Let's go find... where is it? I gotta scroll up a little bit. Habanao, yeah, it's yeah, you're next on the list. I know you sent it earlier. I'm just trying to scroll up to find it. Though if you have it again, that'd be great. Oh, hey Alex, what's up? I didn't even see you. How you doing, man? Almost ignored. No, I'm just slow, just slow. And when's our next 5-man rematch game? All right, downloading this one. Guardian game. And you're Antimage here, right? So let me stick that in. Carry. Another carry game. All right. Antimage. Okay. So, they had a Winter Wyvern mid, and you had trouble dealing with that in the mid to late game. Would Nullifier? No, Nullifier doesn't end. Nullifier doesn't remove Arctic Burn. So even if you use Nullifier, it wouldn't help. If Winter Wyvern had like other survivability items, it might help in terms of like they keep Hurricane Piking away from you, something like that, maybe, but not in terms of the flying. It might help in terms of the slow, but usually that's not your issue as Anti-Mage. So I don't know if you would need that. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what, though. Wind Waker, E-Blade, Aeon Disc probably is a case to get a Nullifier. Because you could remove 3 of those with a Nullifier. So that one would be pretty good. Let the Aeon proc first and then use it. Actually, how does it still interact that way? They keep swapping this and I always forget. Do you have to Aeon first?
Why would I name it? It's just a piece of
Let me double check before we get into this.
Also nullifier.
Everybody get set.
Oh, we do not have enough damage. That happened too close together. I couldn't tell. The moon. No wonder I. Okay, yeah, the Aeon Disc doesn't remove Nullifier anymore. Okay, so you can do it ahead. All right, potentially this game you could do the Aeon Disc then. Or sorry, the Nullifier. It's not a common anti-mage item, but for that amount of saves on her, if she's an issue, you might need to do it. See a Glimmer. I guess it would just be those guys. So it's not... Feels a little weird, but maybe. Let's get into it and see what actually happens. Aeon Disc keeps losing. For real. That item was so popular for a while, and it's been dead ever since. I kind of don't mind, to be honest. Okay. So, I want to come here real quick. So you do have a good start. Pretty farmed for most of the game. You're actually insanely farmed. But you had trouble dealing with them. Okay. Draft-wise, there are some heroes that make your life kind of annoying, like getting Ruptured or Invis Nyx Assassin setting stuff up. So you do have to be a little careful with how you enter the fight. I just realized it's a very long game, so we'll definitely have to jump around. But if you kind of let the team start things, you should be able to pick a target after that. Trying to see where we should start looking at stuff. Maybe we just jump to the mid to late game to see what you're dealing with there. I guess I don't. It always feels bad to have to buy Lincolns on Antimage, but I kind of get it this game. There's a lot of stuff that you can't see coming easily. MMR right now, I think we're right around 7K. I'll probably drop. I think at my best, if I played my literal best, we could push higher. But most games are not my literal best. And I think with how much I've been playing lately, I'm probably back to being like a 6.5K player. With that said, there's always MMR inflation, so maybe, I don't know, maybe I am actually around 7K, like the new skill level of whatever. I'm gonna just jump in to like, where should we go? Is BKB and Lincolns together something to usually avoid? In general, it does feel bad to have to get both because it's kind of like two defensive items, and so you might survive, but you might not do much damage is the iffy part. I might jump to about like 30 minutes because that seems like when your team hits a... Well, I guess you actually get lost a gold lead, but can we jump to 20 minutes? Having to get both usually feels bad because it's like that's why it feels weird. You would really need to write out like, here's why I think I need both and why I think I'll have enough damage with both, and then you do it. In general, try not to get both, I would say. Paco, thank you. I'm glad you like the education content. I appreciate it. All right, let's start here because it looks like you guys get Roche. Oh, actually, this is earlier than the Roche I thought you guys did. Let's try a 25-minute Roche. Didn't quite have everyone there. I thought you'd be able to do it, but... Actually, you know, this is a little bit of an example of that. We kind of don't quite have damage. Not only for Roche, but also that Bloodseeker. Even though he was on his own, he popped BKB and it just did not care. I kind of get why you're getting Lincolns here. This is where I don't play enough Antimage to be sure. I do like the idea of the Basher. Or like some kind of middle ground damage item first into the Lincolns more. But I don't play that much Anti-Mage, and I mean, that was Bloodseeker's BKB. It's kind of fair. I would be very careful of jumping him, even though nothing ended up happening. The whole team is missing. He's just running in. That should be a little suspicious. That should be like, the team's probably behind him, waiting for a big Wyvern's Curse when we all react, or maybe there's like an Invis hero nearby. So you want to be a little careful of all jumping in together. Even as you activate Counterspell, which is good, but I mean, Axe could be ulted, you know, Marana could be ulted. They actually shouldn't be trying to ult you. They should be trying to ult like someone else, because you're the one who's going to kill the teammates. The teammates maybe will kill you, but it's actually easier for them to kill someone else using you and then chain stun you off of that. So be careful of just blindly jumping as Bloodseeker without a little bit more information. Especially, this should be very suspicious. Like, this is close to the tower, this is close to the tower, no one's doing anything about it. This has pushed up to the tower, and no one's here doing anything about it. And Bloodseeker just ran in like crazy. So that actually, those are the hints that you should be a little bit more patient before joining this fight to see what else is going on. And we're actually quite fortunate that Wyvern wasn't here to ult. I don't know where she is right now. Still coming in. I love that you guys tried Roche, but you usually want some kind of pick off before you do Roche rather than just going in blind. Unless you have a lot more information. Now, we did just jump here, so maybe you guys had information. But usually finding a pick-off first is really good. And Antimage, another thing. You mentioned Antimage tips. Antimage is like a 3-item hero. Farm your Battle Fury and Power Treads, right? For the laning stage, you're farming, get those. You're farming one more item for sure after that. At least the Manta is like 99% of the games. So Battle Fury into Manta, you can now help pick off supports and some cores because you blink, you Manta, you Mana Void. It's a decent combo versus the right heroes. Those heroes are not really in this game. Wyvern and Crystal Maiden are kind of those heroes. You can start to contribute with Manta. But it is the third item that is usually like, okay, Antimage is really ready to start joining a lot more. So here, we're like just short of that third item, and we're trying to force Roche, and that means it's going to force team fights, and that's like a little iffy. If it's really free Roche, that's fine. But that was like, everyone was alive. I don't really need to do that. I'm going to just keep farming to the third item. And there, I start to feel more comfortable as Antimage to like force that kind of fight. And maybe in that time while you're farming, you'll find a fight and you go, okay, now we can do Roche. I don't have the third item finished, but that's going to be good. So I would kind of keep that in mind for future games. I don't know if it, maybe it's not the deciding factor in this particular game, but for anti-mages, that often feels like you're mostly on your own. You start to join very convenient things with the Manta, and then it's after you get the third item plus. After that is when I'm really looking for Antimage to start being involved more. Gabe Gonzo, what's up? Yeah, anyone can post match IDs. For $5, I'll do it guaranteed. Otherwise, it's just kind of random. I kind of like read through the submissions and pick one that sounds good. Try not to play any favorites. I try to pick, I try to give a spread between Twitch, YouTube, different ranks, different roles, stuff like that. It's not perfect. It's a little bit flawed. But it's my stream and I can do whatever. But we try to keep it relatively balanced and random as possible. Okay, so your team... Oh, that's not a smoke. That's more on ult. Maybe just trying to get you out. Yeah, I want you to finish the Lincolns first before your team starts to do too much. They made a play up here. We kind of like walked into it a little bit, backed out. Okay, he used his BKB, so maybe we can do something. Yeah, that's something. All right. This is pretty low. Yeah, I would just finish this Roche. That's kind of the free fight. But Wyvern's always a little scary too. Be careful of this. She does have the Aether Lens, so she can ult from further away. It's a pretty long ult range anyways. Okay, so the last couple fights, I've noticed that you seem to be just going through the front of the fights a lot of times. I'm not going to say that's wrong all the time, but Antimage is actually one of the best carries for jumping the back line. And usually the way you want to do it is you want to... let's say the fight is happening like this, right? People here, you guys are fighting. This is like the middle. What I've seen you do a lot is like, okay, the fight's here, I jump in the middle. What you actually want is to be like at the edge. It starts to happen, like this action starts to go here, and you like jump to Wyvern here. And you start hitting Wyvern. And whether you kill her or not, it doesn't matter. You're doing the damage, you're causing panic. If you kill her, great. If not, you start to back out and then you blink away and you kind of like reset, or you blink to the next target or something. You usually try to get the back line of people who can't deal with you. The people in the front are often the tankier heroes who don't care about the mana burn as much, and would be able to take you in a one-on-one or like the team fight. But it's the back line who is expecting to be protected, and then you have this long range, very fast blink. Suddenly on top, they might be looking away. By the time they look back, they've already lost half their mana pool and they can't do everything. That's how you want to approach a lot of fights. Now, maybe you do later. It just happens to be these last couple of fights, but I'm just going to mention that now because I feel like I've seen you just like keep going directly into many of these fights. I'm going to clear a spot. All right, you had the right idea there. I'm not going to be too harsh on you that, but yeah, you'll have to remember anytime Roche is coming up, be ready to swap stuff out. If it's late game, you do want to wait for Roche to die and then swap stuff out. But if you have a small item like Circlet, Iron Branch, a Magic Stick, feel free to drop it ahead of time before Roche, just so you don't have to think about it in the middle of the action. All right, your team probably shouldn't really be fighting, but we are not the team, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. All right, I see Wyvern over here, so if you guys want to take this fight, go ahead. You could have probably just soloed the Nyx right there. Although you have two teammates dead. I know Bloodseeker's dead. I know Wyvern's dead. And Axe, I guess he's got no mana. Feel like you could have maybe gone for that, but I suppose the safe play... Okay, didn't know where Viper was, so if you blinked onto Nyx, maybe we do die. Although you have this now. I think maybe you could have killed that Nyx. But maybe we didn't have enough information. I have the power of replay, so... We won't worry about that too much. Looks like you want to go for the Wyvern now. If you were here a little sooner, that would have been easier. Get her! Get her! Get her! This is where it's tough. So this is where you need to, use Battle Fury to cut trees as you go. But this is just Wyvern's strength as a hero, is like, you can dodge things like this. So it's more about choosing the right time to do it. Wyvern has been pushing this for a little bit, so actually if you wanted to defend, you just came a little late. If you were here a little sooner, it's easier to know what Wyvern's doing because Wyvern's pushing the tower. So you could blink. You can chase. Arctic Burn only lasts so long. So if you don't end up finding her, you will eventually get there. And that's kind of what this was, right? She had Arctic Burn, so she was able to dodge. Arctic Burn ends now. So this is where you should chase if you're still committed to it and you think it's safe to do so. She's annoying for Arctic Burn, and now that it's over, you find her one more time and she has nothing else. So if you're not sure what direction, you could scan, but here I would just say like blink over here and you probably have her. I didn't click the stream immediately because the viewer count was exactly 69. My guy, let's go. This guy's priorities straight. All right, I looked away. What's this team fight going on here? A lot of action on the front, so this is where you can jump the back pretty easily. Bloodseeker pretty low if we want to go for that. This is kind of what I mean. You're like a backline guy, right? Viper's in the front, and I kind of get why you want to help him, but this is a pretty easy solo attempt. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't. By the way, if you're watching his items and you see him going for Butterfly, you might need to get MKB instead of the Basher. Though if you go Basher into MKB, that's probably also okay. Okay, we got the Crystal Maiden. Oh no, recursive. That's why recursive is so good in these. All right, we always got to think about the Wyvern ult. That is another reason why you want to be jumping the back line, because you're less likely to be with your team. So if you jumped here for the Bloodseeker, Wyvern might ult you to try to save him, but no teammates are going to be nearby. When this kind of stuff happens, this initial part is fine, but now you got to start being like, where's Wyvern? Start being scared. A little bit on them for getting too close, more than you. That's not really... I'd say you chasing is kind of okay. Though if you had cut him off earlier, that wouldn't be really as much of a concern. Oh no! Okay, hold on. This right here. You are not making use of the fact that you have a teleport. So, I see them pushing bot. This is another big strength of Antimage, and this is something we want you to make use of. I'm pushing mid. I'm close to the Basher, so I actually do want to farm. But, as you may have noticed in a couple of these fights, even when you have a decent lead, Antimage is not strictly the best one-on-one fighter, especially versus like high armor physical damage carries. Your true strength lies in the mobility of Blink, which is part of the backline jumping we've talked about, but also your split pushing potential so that you are not in these one-on-one, five-on-five type situations. You are dragging heroes around the map and then taking favorable fights. And by farming and split pushing, you grow the gold lead so that you eventually can overcome a 1v1 where on even footing you might lose, but because you have one extra item, you win the one-on-one now. So, these guys are pushing bottom. Maybe we want to defend. We kind of need our teammates first. So, you have a bit of time before you have to come over here. If they're hitting this tier 2, they have a couple heroes here, most likely. Even if the others aren't there, are we going to die if it's only Viper, Wyvern? Probably not. Especially with a Manta. So, like, you should be able to dispel some of this stuff and blink away. It's always like, can I die in 6 seconds? And you're pretty farmed, so you shouldn't die. So right now, you should actually keep pushing mid. If you run out of mid creeps, you could even go bottom to cut this wave. You could farm the jungle camps. The idea is that it would be very difficult to kill you over here, but they might be baited to try because they see you hitting their tier 2, so they TP home. And all you have to do is like blink away, make sure you're safe, and then you can TP here. Because if Bloodseeker has left, now Nyx is on his own. And maybe there's other heroes waiting in the fog, right? You've tricked some heroes to come back, and then you got them. Or they didn't come back, they took this tower, but you also did a lot of tower damage because you're a very farmed carry. And so you might have actually traded towers, you got it by yourself, they took 4 heroes. That's better for you guys. Better farm efficiency. So I'm actually going to show the free camera here so we can kind of see this idea. It's tough to do in a regular game if you're not thinking like this. But now that we are on free camera, we actually see where are the enemy heroes, right? So Viper's here, Wyvern's here, Bloodseeker's here, Nyx is here. I'm saying we don't want to take the direct numbers fights. We don't strictly want the one-on-ones, but we can take up space. So this is where you need to learn to read the map really well and possibly put some wards for yourself. And I know it'll be scary to do, but you just have to do it to learn it. And it'll be part of being good at Antimage, is that there is all of this map for you to take advantage of. And anytime the fight breaks out, you TP in. You'll be a little late because of 3 seconds. So, I mean, you might have to, keep an eye and make sure you're fast on that. But otherwise, you're going through all of this. And what is taking 3 heroes to farm 1 creep wave and push a tower and occasionally a jungle camp, you're pushing the creep wave on your own, you're damaging a tower on your own, and you are taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cutting the wave. Now they can't push this, right? This is a half health tower. They have 1 creep wave here, 1 here. You cut this creep wave. These 3 heroes sat here trying to take this tower. Now they have to leave, or they have to wait 30 seconds for the next creep wave, right? You drag them around the map while getting a huge gold lead. That is the ultimate annoying Antimage. So when you you do this, right? You leave the mid lane and you come wait over here for the fight to break out, kill this courier. This is not taking advantage of Antimage, and it's not taking advantage of the town portal scroll. This is like a carry that is not as mobile, who doesn't have the blink, the teleport on cooldown or available. So this is pretty inefficient for what Antimage wants to do. And this is why if a fight does break out here, they're going to have the numbers and they're going to be ready to fight. And now we head over, but they might have backed off at this point already. Yeah, he's here. So now he's ready to defend. That's Bloodseeker. Now you fight here. Now you TP in and fight these supports who stayed and were too slow. These guys left, so maybe we can't do that. But that would be the idea. You bait someone to come back, and then you go in.
Do something about that bottom.
Okay, you guys just killed Bloodseeker while I was reading some stuff, so I kind of didn't realize that. But you should still be a little careful. Blind blinks in like this, like you're in the creep wave, and then you just blink forward. Okay, turns out maybe it's just a Wyvern. Okay, it works out. Turns out Viper Crystal made a Nyx. Oh, that's kind of bad, right? Like, this is very scary. You do have a shield rune, but what if you blink forward, they blink in? You guys thought you saw Nyx, Wyvern was here, Wyvern ults the axe. You're safe. You might kill your teammates. So be a little careful of those kind of situations. If you're super ahead, I would say it's fine. But we have seen you guys lose several fights off of good Wyvern's curses. So in those kind of situations, I think you should be a little careful with how you're just like running in and showing yourself, you know? Okay, we are killing a lot of them though, so let's get this tower. Someone could cut bottom. Okay, never mind. We're getting Axe calling the Viper out here. All right, pretty good. Easier once the Basher goes in. You can probably keep going. You can hit this tower a little bit. You have 15 seconds, so these guys respawn, and you have to teleport out. Just have to be careful of Nyx being invis under you and then stunning you as you're trying to get away. But off of that, I still don't think they can kill you. So I think you could have chipped this a little bit more or gone to cut another creep wave. So you're kind of like retreating back immediately. You could have come down here, grabbed the creep wave that was going by. Now it's too late. Now it's too scary to do that. Kind of letting this creep wave go by, but you should send your illusions at that. Send the Manta straight down. This lane should be moving in for you right now. That should be your farm. You're walking by a lot of jungle camps. But this should be... If your team's not ready to fight because you're waiting for cooldowns, then you should be like full farm mode. And Jakiro should probably not be split pushing on his own. Maybe you're a Tormentor doer? The team was calling for Tormentor? Wait. All right. I take it back. I don't think I should. I actually think everything I said is still true, but if it means you'll do Tormentor, yeah, let's do it. This is very similar to, was it the last game? That we were just saying, like, why are we pushing? When are we pushing? Your team... First, you did Tormentor, so they know you're in the bottom half of the map, and you might move around. Next, your Jakiro is dead in a very close game. So, Jakiro's what, 11k right now? So you guys are actually like 6k behind, and numerically down. Having the numbers advantage is almost always better than the net worth advantage. That's not always true, but... typically having the numbers is better in pretty much every case. If they have the numbers and the net worth advantage, then that's real bad. So you guys smoke at night. You guys have good vision, and that vision sees nothing, which means they are not in any of these areas, which means they're only down here, and that's 5 heroes. So if you knew one guy was mid, one guy's pushing this, here's a guy jungling, that's different. You guys can go for something. I don't see any of them, and I have good vision, means they are very much all likely to be in this bottom half of the map, and we only have 4 heroes. If you had 5 heroes, again, different. If you're winning and you're fine with a 5-on-5, go for it. The 5-on-5 is tough. We have seen how the Winter's Curse kind of wins these fights. So this is extremely dangerous from your team, whether it works out or not, because a lot of pub games, just the execution gets scuffed. So sometimes these kind of stuff work. But here's our blind walk in. We didn't know exactly what we found. We all go in. Is Winter here to just ult us all? She doesn't have a blink yet. I don't know what this itemization is. Queen of Pain should be dead right now. Axe should be dead. One of you should be dead. And Bloodseeker saved because of what we did. This is like it's scuffed a little bit. Still just not using it. Using it now, that is alone, you know, like... again, the idea that sometimes our teammates are bad, sometimes our opponents are bad. That's a very bad team fight from Winter right there. Had a great ult earlier, not to be too harsh, you know. I know it's sometimes tricky, but this is the stuff that we have going for us. At the same time, it was not the time to do that. I also think you just self-blinked. That worked out though. That actually baited the maiden. Maybe it didn't work out. So this one isn't like, oh, the heroes are too hard to deal with, my items aren't good. This is strictly we took a fight we're not supposed to take. And it doesn't matter if it's like, we do it perfectly and all that. If we are not supposed to take a 3v5 fight, it's very difficult to like execute, to overcome having bad numbers. Oh my god, no one died. That's insane.
Colonel Pike gifted a tier 1 sub to Yentron.
Stuff. Wrong cup. Here we go. Water. Yo, Colonel Pike, thank you. Thank you for getting the sub. I see your message. I was thinking about this, since the Twitch subs were a little different from the donations, but I decided I'm just going to count it. I don't care. So we will do your replay. But we have one other ahead of you in the queue, so we have to do another one first. But we will get to yours. I feel like my mind was only partly here in this fight because I was thinking about the Twitch sub and everything. Okay. Remember what I was saying about like, are we just on point for fights? And here's another one. We like, Bloodseeker comes to us, I go to Bloodseeker. So not really taking advantage of jumping around. Okay, wait, here's another way to put it. You jump Wyvern, Axe jumps Queen of Pain. Or sorry, Bloodseeker jumps Queen of Pain. I want to help Queen of Pain. Is that easier for me, or is it easier for Bloodseeker to help Winter Wyvern? Many of these situations, it will be easier for you because you have the 6-second blink. So you have the most control of like taking these individual fights. When you kind of go in the front like a regular carry, you're making it easier for them. They don't have to deal with your mobility because you're not using the mobility. So many of these situations, I won't say never, but Antimage rarely wants to jump the very front guy unless you have information that it's not a full team fight. Like in anything that you suspect is a 5-on-5, you're rarely jumping the very first person you see. It's almost always someone else as your team is like initiating the front guy, and you're gonna get around. Like you're not gonna kill the Bloodseeker right away, but you're going to kill his team, which means you're going to eventually kill the Bloodseeker when he doesn't have support. So definitely explore that idea. I know it's a little tricky to know which target is supposed to go to. It's one of the hard parts for cores. Actually supports too, just like target priority, right? Like here's another good Wyvern's Curse because we're all clumped up on the team. it's the hard part of a team fight. So just explore it, right? You'll get it wrong. It's okay. That's the learning process. But for Antimage and any hero that buys Blink, definitely try finding the other targets first. And I think that might be where we stop for this one, because we do have to get to 2 more. And I might actually ask you guys, hold off on extra donations, because I want to see where that puts us. I meant for this one to not be super long, which we're not yet, but if more people sign up, I feel the need to knock them out as they happen so that we, you know, don't fall behind. But I don't want this to go too long, because I have been straining, not trying to strain my voice, but I have felt it at the end of some of the Wednesday streams. Props to you for buying Dust, though. Bless. Proper carry when you have the slots building detection. That is a big plus. Anti-mage has to target mages, not bloodseekers. I could not have put it better. You are not using your lore powers. You must begin with the mages. So true, so true. Okay, Luis. Let me download yours. I don't have... We're in anonymous mode. Do you know who are you? Maybe you already said it. Let me scroll up a little. Disruptor. I see. You did say it. Give me 1 second before we jump into this one, and then I'll be right back. Plin Plin. Let me answer that as soon as I'm back, I guess. If nature's, a lot of people like to build a Spirit Vessel Shard, and that's a good build. But you don't have to do that build. There are other builds, which is pretty much whatever your team needs. Nature's has a very flexible itemization. So if someone else is doing Vessel, just look at what your team needs and be like, yeah, Solar's good, Force Staff's good, Glimmer, anything like that. You want to be more aggressive, Atos or Orchid could be cool. You're very flexible in that regard. Trying to think of like what else you could do. Those are some of the biggest that I would say. Okay. So for this Disruptor game, you are trying to get into support lately. End up losing versus Medusa a lot. That's a tricky one. Sometimes as a support, there's only so much you can do versus Medusa. May depend a little bit on the draft. Let me see. I know you said some other stuff in the messages. I'm trying to scroll up and find them again. You tend to play solo queue, so it's not always easy to coordinate. Yeah, that's definitely true. I see some talk of trying some other supports. Okay, let's hop into this and see what's going on here. I'll look at the graph in a second. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see.
Promises are dangerous, mortal one.
It's ancient. Why is everyone missing so much money? What's happening? Everyone's dying in this lane or something. I feel like everyone's kind of poor. Okay, so you guys looked, for what you said, it looks like you guys were in a pretty good spot and then ended up throwing. So this might be another late game breakdown. I'm going to start with jumping to, oh, is this one of those? Yeah. I'm going to start with jumping to like halfway through the laning stage because I do think we have two separate issues here. First, based on what you said, I don't know if it's an actually issue. You were saying you have some trouble versus Medusa, so like it seemed like some of the conversation was about pushing faster. So that's why I want to see, as the laning stage starts to break down, how long you sit in your lane versus you go do other things, because that is part of, it's counterintuitive, and to some degree, if the carry messes up, it will backfire. So that's what's tricky. But supports leaving the lane is what starts to accelerate your own carry while slowing down the enemy carry. Identifying the right time to leave the lane is part of that, to play faster if you are struggling versus these late game type carries like Medusa. However, in this particular game, your late game is actually fine. PA is actually the best hero in this game. PA is very good versus Medusa because Medusa's mana shield is what makes her strong. So you either need mana burn or raw physical damage, just straight damage output. It doesn't have to be physical, but if we're talking carry to carry, just straight damage, which is like Phantom Assassin and Sven. Those are two really good ones. So early to mid game, Medusa does well versus PA because she comes online faster. But mid to late game, PA is actually better. So you actually don't need to feel like you need to do that much this game. PA should have the damage to kill Medusa and Puck, and you just need to provide the utility. You don't have to do it right away, but eventually, like, the blink for better static storms this game is really strong. Aghanims to prevent items, but also just any general auras. So Glimmer Cape is going to be really good versus Ancient Apparition and like Pudge. Solar Crest is good with PA and also against some of the negative armor from Venge. Any of those, any mix of stuff like that sounds really good to me. But there will be games where Medusa is the best late game hero. You don't have a PA, so that's why I still want to cover this like early laning stage when we leave stuff. So it's not going to be here. Around here is sometimes the earliest we can consider leaving, but it's probably temporarily. It's probably like head to the water rune, come back. I'm gonna start speeding forward. Around here though, although we may not leave quite yet, we do want to imagine leaving. So boots, I don't mind, do it. But I see 2 observers. If you call this boot in on its own, we're gonna be missing some chances to leave. Because maybe we get a kill and I wanna drop the observers and get out and not have to come back, but don't have the observers. So I would love to see these boots. I would love to see like observer, sentry. You actually have a sentry, so maybe we skip it, especially because I also see you use the teleport, need a new teleport. I would want a sentry before placing the observer, but since you have one, we can go boot, observer, teleport, call that in. If you want to wait a little bit, you could do boot, observer, sentry, teleport, maybe even a clarity on top of that. Let's see if there's like, you know, a creep you can snipe, some farm, whatever. Kind of doesn't look like there's gonna be. But if a window does come up to leave the lane, for example, killing Pudge, I would need the observer to feel better about that. Ooh, I appreciate those body blocks. Let's go. And the completely intentional electromagnetic repulsion to push her to the low ground. I see you. I see you. All right, with that fight, actually, again, teleport, observer, sentry. I thought we weren't going to have enough money, but now we do. Observer, sentry, teleport. Now we're getting kind of low, so at least a clarity, potentially. Feels weird. You can maybe do tangos, but I would say you just try to greed it out. Don't get the tangos. Stay low. Be very careful of what damage you take and heal up. I think a lot of high-ranked players would do that. If you want to play it safe, especially because the reality is in a lot of pub games, laning stage goes long, you could buy another set of tangos, and I'd be like, yeah, sure, but I think you could get away without it. Whose Iron Branch is that? Let's steal that shit. Oh, that was scary. Now, at some point, you gotta buy something. We've been sitting on these boots for a while. Okay, you got most of the things I was hoping for. I think you didn't get the teleport.
Thank you, you precious weak.
Yeah, no teleport. Okay. Right here, you waited a long time to call in your courier. If you had called it in sooner, it would be arriving by now. If you look at this, 2 range creeps versus 1 range creep. That's the big thing. Even melee creeps is also good. What this means is this lane will push in. Unless they do a pull, something like that, it'll push in. Phantom Assassin can be left on her own because she'll use Dagger to farm, and she just needs to not get hooked. So this is where if you had the Observer Sentry already, you could leave, Observer Sentry somewhere of your choosing, make your way to the mid power rune. Now we've given Phantom Assassin solo farm. She might miss some last hits because we're gone, but we help secure the mid power rune. Earth Spirit maybe going to TP back in. Maybe not, I don't know. He will have full bottle, and if he's picking up the power rune and he just TP'd here, he doesn't need it. He'll use it on you. So you get a full health. He gets his bottle still full. He gets a power rune. Maybe it's a haste rune. He runs up here. He kills these guys with you. PA easily makes up the missed last hits off a kill. You guys have vision down here. So maybe he runs down here with the haste. Maybe he has invis. He makes his way down there eventually. Maybe he has amplified damage. Maybe he dives mid. Who knows? With the haste rune, with the power rune, he has a lot of options. So by not rotating, we kind of leave it up to chance. There are times we can't leave, but notice what we do in the time we're here. I'm literally just sitting in the trees watching PA use daggers. So there's no difference if I'm here or not. She is still being careful of Pudge Hook. She still just threw daggers. You got a good trade in. Are you suddenly diving? Probably not, right? So at this time, you could have been here. It's 6 minutes, right? So you could have been securing this Invis rune for Earth Spirit, and you guys rotate up here. And if at this time they Dofer, you would TP in here. That's why we kind of need the TP as well. That's what allows us to walk away from the lane and just TP home. Now, while we're getting this, we look up here. Nothing happened. The lane's still okay. I don't even have to go back. I could keep walking down, make my way over here. And if she ever needs me, just TP back. I didn't mention the smoke, but as part of your purchases, especially with the rotating mid hero like Earth Spirit, you could have gone mid, smoked him, brought him top. Even though he doesn't have an Invis rune, surprise! Smoke of Deceit. All right, PA starting kind of early before you guys get here. Almost gets her killed. You guys know I like to say, after we get kills, look at the time, look at the minimap. So, about to finish up another kill here. Time, minimap, what can we do? 6:37, stack, Wisdom Shrine. Make your choice. Killed both of them, you could go for it. Now, there's a chance they TP and then they kill me. So that's why I'm kind of like iffy, especially because we don't have a teleport scroll. So, if you were lower and you wanted to be scared, I would say, yeah, just go stack. If you think there's a chance you can get this, especially depending on your rank, people constantly forget to be there at the right time, I would go for the Wisdom Shrine. Other option, if you have enough resources, Twin Gate Rotation, do something, you don't. So you're going to likely buy the recipe, you're going to buy a Clarity, you're going to buy this Town Portal Scroll. Again, Observer Sentry combos if you need them. Smoke of Deceits are all in stock, and you have that ganking mid. He used his ultimate, but he can get kills without it, or you can just hold it till he has it again. Dawnbreaker getting close to 6. We're going to want to start some action when she has that so she can ult in. So I know plays are going to be happening going forward. So I want these play-making items. I need the regen. I need the teleports to make sure I can come home as needed. If I'm going to move around making these plays, I want to be placing observers as I'm moving around, and I might want the smokes to speed all of this up and to boost my odds of success. Yeah, whose is this?
Best do something about that bottom.
No, we can't even see.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
So we end up passing her some stuff back. There was some confusion there, a bit of inefficiency. I'm not going to worry about it too long. Though we actually see, if you had come here earlier instead of faffing about, you would have gotten the Wisdom Shrine and you would have gotten out. Pudge just got here at 7:10. So off of that kill, if you work in that habit, minimap, time, if you decide to take that risk, you would have been rewarded. Instead, we end up losing out on it because we were just kind of slow. And we also didn't stack because we went to this late. Uh-oh. Now, I believe you warded here when Earth Spirit came in. I don't strictly mind, but you do need to be careful. Where you warded was within range of, if they unblocked this camp, there's a good chance a sentry is like somewhere around here. I skipped over the start, so I don't know that situation, but you always got to be careful of that. And even if you had the shot, if you had more choice and time, I would have preferred an observer somewhere over here. I actually don't even think you needed to place this one at that time because I think they were both showing in the creep wave. So now we've lost our observer here, and now it feels bad to leave PA, which is why you want to be extra careful when you place it. Make sure it's away from camps in case it randomly gets unblocked, and try to not be seen when you're doing it, and try to put it somewhere sneaky.
Mid tower's having technical difficulties.
I would say at any chance you could leave this lane. You could just leave. You can try to get a kill first.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Let's pretend you weren't here. Well, Zach, PA can't farm and play the game if I'm not here. So PA's jungling, so she's gonna do that. Now, Venge, could she have creep manipulated more to have it come to her? Yes. Did she? No. She Wave of Terror through everything. You used Q on her, so you're actually damaging the creeps. Is she taking advantage of that? Only a little.
Very well.
More denies? No. So you barely did anything. You even tried to like anti-push, and she pushed the whole wave in. So PA, alone without you, would have farmed this, seen the lane coming in, would have come here, drag it back this way, because Pudge is probably somewhere over here, and you farm safely using daggers, farming this. It doesn't require Disruptor. At any moment something happens, Disruptor would just TP back. Especially if the Observer had survived, and we roughly knew where Pudge was. Even better. All of this did not require Disruptor.
The lesson for you is never try.
Could have swapped. She could be farming, you could be stacking, or maybe she would see you double stacking right now and not feel the need to do her own stacks. I actually don't think it's worth for her to do this anyway, so that was kind of weird to me. All right, we're gonna rotate out now. Let's go. I think you're standing in the Observer. I gotta be careful of that when you come through the Twin Gate. Make sure you're keeping an eye on this. All right, that was a very light commitment from your team. I think you guys could have had a Medusa kill, but at the end of the day, you still got 2 kills. And guess what? PA on her own. She was jungling because she was scared. She sees this happening. She's running back to lane. She's going to spend some time getting a watcher. And she's going to come back to lane. You guys are losing some heroes, but where's Medusa? Jungling, which is slower than getting lane creeps. Well, for her, it's getting kind of close. But she had to spend some time running, so she wasn't farming. PA doing both, pushing in the lane, time to go jungle. So ignoring all the kills, that sequence of events was better for PA. This is the kind of stuff we want to create to happen in our games. That's why I'm glad you did eventually rotate. But I think it rotated right around the 10-minute mark. And I think we saw some chances to do so around, like, the power room. Could have been the start of the rotations. And just because you rotate for the 6-minute power rune doesn't mean you can't go back to your safe lane. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be like you have to leave so early. PA alone. Fantastic sequence of events. All right, so let's jump ahead to whatever we do that throws here. 24k gold lead, 43-ish minutes. Your items look pretty good to me. I don't know when you got this Aether Lens. Let's double check. I think when you get Blink, a lot of times you don't actually need Aether Lens. It doesn't... It's kind of nice to have both, but it also feels really redundant because your cast ranges are so long. I feel like if you have the Blink, you don't need the Aether. Or it's like, I don't want Blink, but I want to be a little further back, and then I do Aether. I think you don't usually need both. And if you are going to get both, I would say Blink first is better than Aether, because Blink gives you way more range and lets you catch someone like Puck, which extra cast range on Glimpse doesn't make a difference. Like, Puck is still getting away. So I would do the Blink first. Otherwise, your items are pretty much fine. Is this the start of us losing the fight? Oh, I thought it was a little later. Okay. Up to here. Kind of good. How is there only 14 Desolator charges in a 63 to 29 game? That's insane. What? What? All right, yeah, you guys can't really take this on your own. You should be further back. Okay, Static Storm used for Pudge, but I mean, you guys had 4 heroes on Pudge. I think you were trying to be nice to Dawnbreaker, but I don't think that's worth it. Your PA is not taking objectives as they're about to respawn. All right, team should just meet with Earthshaker top. Okay, so this is why they're both not usually necessary. You see how Puck just jumped in and killed you? We need a Ghost Scepter. Ghost Scepter is also good versus Medusa. And that's kind of usually where you're making this choice on Aether Lens of like, yeah, eventually I want an Ags. Now, maybe Puck only recently finished Ags. I'm not fully sure. So if you went for a Ghost Scepter now, also fine. You would just like backpack these until they're needed. At the same time, it feels kind of bad. Like if you did need any detection and you have a Ghost Scepter here, it's like, well, what do I backpack for that? The least useful one is going to end up being the Aether Lens again. And that's why I feel it's often unnecessary for Disruptor. All right, so this one, I don't think you guys expected them to jump you, but yeah, you guys just weren't as a team, and they gotcha. Here, you just all have to respawn and go. You guys buy back to defend the first barracks. I would say you don't need to, and then you guys actually fight. So this one's actually not on you, really, at least this late game. You guys just need to wait for everyone to be up. You don't even need to start this. I wouldn't have even bought back for this, actually. If they push for the end, then you start to buy back. Giving up 1 barracks is actually not a big deal. So you whiffed Echo and then pushing, but all you guys really had to do was wait for everyone to be up. Once this happens, though, you two should buy back. Because you're going to, as you see, once these guys die and you guys, oh, we didn't have to buy back, you're now going to lose. So this is the losing moment. You have to buy back. It feels really bad, and I think you just bought something else. Looks like you end up buying Guardian Greaves, and now we don't have buyback. This is why you have to wait till you're up, because situations like this will happen. Rare case where it does matter. But once, if someone bought, if the enemy team has reached the point they can end the game in a given window, and someone buys back and is about to die back, you have to go. It's not tactically ideal, but like you just lose after that. Unless you think it's okay, like, oh no, we can win 4v5 without that guy. Maybe. This is about to be a 2v5, and we're not doing that. So in a lot of cases, when someone screws up and buys back and is about to die back, a lot of times everyone just has to full commit and take it. Okay, and then here you also need to wait. As you see, the two of you could not fight that. PA was about to be up, and now you don't have your ultimate. There was actually, as much as I just said that, there actually is a window you guys hold, because as you see, Pudge is not here. So the greatest Static Storm into PA and Earth Spirit both going in, maybe you guys do it, especially because she was pretty low on mana. And then you guys went 10 seconds before PA. So this happens to a lot of pub players. You need to understand when you're going to lose or not. The diebacks, that was a losing moment. The Ancient, that's a losing moment. These barracks are not a losing moment. In fact, even losing these tier 4s is not a losing moment. So you, especially when you reach the point, there's one fight left, right? This is when you give up barracks, you give up tier 4s, you give up megas, everything, because you're not going to win 2v5, but maybe you win 3v5, maybe you win 4v5. So you have to be willing to sacrifice. I feel like you two are like, we can't lose these barracks, and then you jump in and it's like, oh, we've lost the barracks and we've lost the game now because now you can't fight. Now you don't have PA. But it turns out you very much can lose these barracks. You see how the game's not over? Because this is still up. So you just got to give it up. Got to play down barracks. That's just how it is. Well, she's got her buyback, but it's still 2 versus 4 heroes, right? Very tricky. Okay. That's quite unfortunate. The initial fight wasn't really your fault. I know we kind of skipped through the middle, so maybe there were things you could have done better in this late game situation. But your team getting caught, like, where was it? Here-ish? Yeah, like, this was good. We could argue you shouldn't have Static Stormed there. I'd say that would have put more fear in Puck to do this. If you had Static Storm, I don't think Puck would risk this. If you had Ghost Scepter, you wouldn't have died here either. I believe you can also intentionally break Coil, by the way, because I think Coil, all enemies affected by Dream Coil are attacked. I'm pretty sure once you break it, the attacks continue while the target is stunned if they break the Dream Coil. But after the stun, I think the attacks stop. So I think you kind of like waited through most of Coil and then you're like, oh, I'm going to die. And then you broke Coil, so then you did die. I think if you break it right away, you might have actually lived there. Like once the stun ends, you would have only been attacked a few times as opposed to like the total time. But also if you had the Ghost Scepter, you wouldn't have been attacked. But this kind of shows like where the fights happen is very important, and yeah, we got there. We got. Okay, Colonel Pike, are you still around? We are on the go, catching up on these guaranteed replays. How can I get my replay analyzed? So usually it's random. If people are not if we're just like picking the next one, people submit their games. I kind of read through them. If there's one that seems like educational, really good, I grab it. I try to be as impartial as possible. But for $5, I'll do it guaranteed. And we're kind of going through that list. We're trying to catch up though, and I don't know how much longer the stream will go. So no one donate quite yet, even though I'm so grateful when you guys do. But I'm trying not to strain my voice too much lately because we keep doing these really long replay analysis streams, and then I'm like, my throat hurts for the week. So I'm trying to take it a little light this week. See if it helps. If not, then I'll look into something else and we can go back to like longer streams. But it's usually just non-stop talking on replay analysis streams. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Colonel Pike's game. Luis, no problem. Thank you for the donation. I hope it helps. I know in your message you mentioned you were Legend 5 in the last time and you climbed a bit since then, so hopefully same results. That'd be great. Okay, Colonel Pike, let me scroll up to when you submitted this. Apologies in advance for the cringe alts, no problem. No problem. Look, if you don't do a couple cringe alts in your time playing Dota, what are you even doing? The cringe is where you learn. That is the learning process. When you feel shame, that's what changes you, you know? If you're not embarrassed or humiliated by like a mistake you did, then you just do the mistake again. We gotta throw out some bad alts. Okay, so let me Queen of Pain to Gordian. And then Guardian. Mid. ASMR streams. I think I would need to get a fancier mic, but you know what? I bought some baby carrots at the grocery store just earlier today, actually. So next time we're eating a snack, here's some crisp baby carrot snaps cracking into the mic. I should play NADCL. I just don't have time to join these leagues. It would be fun, but even a weekly commitment's pretty tough for me. For, first of all, my own channel, I can't even maintain a consistent thing, you know? Casting, kind of random when it comes up. Sometimes within like a week, I find out like, hey, do you want to do this? I'm like, okay, when is it? It's in a week, you know? Usually a little more than that, but even then, it's not a lot of time to know. And then my own, you know, outside of Dota and everything, which is already more than a regular work amount of time. Planning a wedding, trying to figure out all this stuff. It was already hard before all this, but now it's like, it's even more chaotic. I just, unfortunately, don't have time for any of these kind of like weekly leagues. You know, it's supposed to be X day, and it's like, I'm just not available. You guys want to practice? I don't have time. This video is taking way longer than I thought. You know, my life is my schedule is very bizarre. So I struggle to commit to any of this kind of stuff. So unfortunately, I'm just not able to really do it. Okay, Queen of Pain 2, Guardian. Let's see. Normally a support player. Love your education content. Thank you. You're trying to learn some core roles better. That's always a good idea. It helps you even if you decide to still be a support player. Mid's the weakest. You were gonna be Slardar mid, but you ended up Queen of Pain first time. Ooh, tricky. Okay. You still did the most hero damage. Nice. All right. Sounds good. Okay, yeah, I don't think he said anything else. Yeah, so we'll just go in and see what we see. Let me go look at the net worths real quick, too. How many replays did we do today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is our 7th one. Chow Wee, hey, what's up? Thank you. Yeah, I hope to. I think I'm slowly burning out on YouTube videos after doing it for like 4 years, but I still like it enough. I think I'm like in a rediscovering process, midlife crisis of like, what type of videos do I want to do? So there'll definitely still be videos, but I thought I just heard, let's hope we don't, because it'll be a huge pain. I thought I heard, like, you know when your fire alarm is low on battery and you hear a chirp? I thought I just heard that. I hope not.
30 seconds to showtime.
Do you need to plan a wedding? Don't you just go in the church and do the thing? God, I wish it was that easy. Even if you do a church wedding, they're still planning around it. I know that's a joke, but yeah, if only. I mean, I guess it's as easy as you want it to be. You could just go to the court and just like sign it off. But yeah, we are trying to do a small wedding, so there's gonna be planning involved. Not as much as like a huge, complicated wedding, at least, but still some work to be done. My fiance's doing a lot of it. I'm not even helping as much, but trying to do at least a little. Queen of Pain. Let me back up a little bit. So how did we do? So laning stage, probably some critique to be had here. You said it's your first time playing Queen of Pain. So I'm not too surprised to see it down here. The last hit animations, all that. Tricky the first time you're playing a hero. Item build itself looks fine. Who are you laning against? This is probably mid sniper, right? Yeah. Okay, versus mid sniper. Now, I'll admit, I too am not really a mid player. Used to play some Queen of Pain, but the times I mid laned are pretty different nowadays. But I believe if you can harass the enemy mid a lot, you go Q. I think if you can't, you go E, like max it first. Pretty sure Sniper is going to be one of those cases where you're not really going to make it to him to press Q very often. But his wave clear is actually not that great. So I think what you want to do here is just shove in the lane a lot, use Scream of Pain to help you do so, secure last hits, and then go stack some camps and then farm them with like Scream of Pain. Like you just play your own game, hit your levels, and then go gank side lanes, or people come gank for you and then you can do something. But I think trying to whittle Sniper down with Q harass, I don't really see it working out. He should just outrange you, not give you very many Qs, and hit you like as you come in or as you go out. If someone else plays a bunch of Queen of Pain and has a different take, feel free to share it. But that's just my rough impression right now. MP support's broken this patch. I mean, it's really strong, but it's stronger in pro matches to play around the actual heal. I think it'll still get nerfed, but I hope it's like a rework, because the way it's strong isn't as good in pub games. A lot of people don't make use of the healing facet. After they nerfed it, it's like hard. The pros do it because they know how to coordinate with each other, but I pass a tango to my guy and he immediately eats a tree instead of waiting for my sprout. You know, it's stuff like that where you get less value from natures in a pub game, and it kind of sucks. If you're new to mid, I would recommend not getting too involved in some of this stuff. I mean, this was kind of delivered to you, so understand like still being here. You actually should kind of backed off a little too much here. You should, like, as soon as he goes under tower, just stand and fight. And I think you would have been part of getting that first blood there instead. Yeah, notice like some creeps are starting to die. It feels weird to like leave in the middle of all this, I suppose, but as you see, sometimes you survive and it's like, oh, things worked out, right? Well, I mean, I got a lane with 150 health. It's pretty messy now, so sometimes it's easier to just like leave those fights, but always tough to make those calls. I'm not going to sweat too much. I'm also going to try not to sweat the last hits all that much, but I do think, you know, that's always something to work on. That's one example where you use Scream of Pain, secure that range creep. All right. If you sit in a stagnant lane like this for Sniper, it's going to be tricky. He will start to outrange you or just hit harder. He might go like shrapnel headshot, but actually if he does go shrapnel headshot, you probably can use Shadow Strike. But if he even gets like 1 point in take aim, I think it starts to get quite hard to get to Sniper without overcommitting your blink. But anyways, if you do just sit like this, he does outrange you a little bit. Because you have, what is it? Yeah, you have like 550 attack range, and he has... Oh, sorry. He has 550 attack range plus the 160 from his innate, and you have 550. So he'll outrange you a little bit. So if the lane just sits here, he will slowly poke you down more than you'll poke him. So I do think you want this lane to like move around a lot. So I would attack the creeps a good chunk. And then look to get an observer over here so you can kind of like stack this easily. And then over time, you just like Scream of Pain, farm this camp. His attack animation's also quite good, which makes last hitting tricky, especially if it's like your first time playing Queen of Pain. Some backpack efficiency. I think you had the bottle on the way. Since you ended up blinking there anyway. So what you can do... Back a little further. Yeah, what you can do... I see Sniper headed bot. So ignore him. Go for the range creep right now. And kill it off. He won't make it back in time. Especially if he had Scream of Pain here. By the way, notice we have 2 points in Shadow Strike and have yet to use it. So hit that range creep, use Scream of Pain, push in this wave, and play it from here. Sniper's here. He's going to walk back this way or this way. So you're going to play the wave from over here. And at any point he looks like he's going to try to go for the water rune, you can blink to go get it. Otherwise, you just play out this lane. And because you used Scream of Pain, level 2, to kill this range creep and hit all the other creeps, right? Unless he drops a shrapnel, which he might. But if he doesn't, your wave will push in faster than his, especially because you're attacking nonstop and then just going for the last hits. Like, pause for that. That should prevent Sniper from getting to this water rune, which means you'll have time for your courier. Where is it? Still in here, I guess. Courier will make its way out to you because you do have enough for the bottle. You've actually had it for a little bit. You can use that like auto buy feature if you want, but you should buy this called out right away in the mid lane, and then it will have arrived to you sooner, and then you'll be able to pick it up. And that way you don't have to like leave the lane now and then get a subpar water rune because you had to like backpack stuff. You would have to ask a better mid laner too, but there's actually... I'm kind of debating the value of picking up a water rune without a bottle if it means missing last hits. I think if the enemy mid was going for a water rune, like going for both water runes, and they're not a bottle builder like Sniper, it might actually be better to let him do that and just focus on CS if you don't have your bottle yet. I don't know that for sure because I'm not a mid laner, but I just feel like the inherent value of just the water rune is maybe not enough, depending on like where you're at on regen. Should be buying a salve here. You mean at the very start when he was low? You could, but he also had a bunch of tangos, and you're hoping to get the bottle pretty quickly. Sniper shouldn't easily kill Queen of Pain. Like, as soon as they're both level 2, Queen of Pain should always be able to blink out of death because he just has to shrapnel, and shrapnel's not that quick. Unless he went scattershot, which he actually did. So maybe there is a chance he, like, drops a shrapnel and does a good chunk of damage. But, again, Queen of Pain should always be able to blink away without dying. You may not be able to walk into lane to farm, but shouldn't be getting killed by the Sniper with a little bit of care. Tell you what, for someone that's never played Queen of Pain, this mid-lasting, pretty good. Just went on a tear right there.
You know the drill.
What you'll see some people do, you see how you're losing the water rune now? All right, Sniper went this way. You just start walking this way. Just drag the creeps with you. It doesn't matter. Drag them with you. Backpack all this stuff while you're doing it. Use your 3 bottle charges. Pick it up. Worst case, he like... If he sees you going this way, you just turn around and you go this way. Like, he can't cover both. Potentially... What you'll see some real high level players do? This guy tries to cut you off this way. You blink in, you grab it, you TP back this side, and then you walk in this way. Grab the second one. You don't usually need to do that kind of stuff for most pubs, but that is some real high level mid shit that you will sometimes see. But if you at least drag the creep wave, you would have gotten at least 1 water rune there. Situation like right now is where you can stack this. If you put an observer here, you technically don't need to. You could use Scream of Pain through Fog of War, but it's going to cost you more mana. In mid matchups where you can't really do much to the mid and you're just focusing on your own farm, this is the most common place to do it. Just do a bunch of stacks. So push out the lanes, come here, stack, walk back to lane. So after you did the last one, you're like coming here to stack. Let's see what you would have missed at like 5 minutes, right? So Sniper maybe denies this mid creep before you're back. And then this is where you've already done the stack. You're like walking this way. You could blink back if you needed to. Walk, 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 walk. Like, you're back in lane by now. So maybe he denies 2 creeps if he's really focused on it. But if you successfully stack one of these camps, if not both, that's definitely going to be worth more than the 2 creeps. And if he only denies 1, then all the better. Now, your own wave clear is not always the best. So notice how he keeps shoving creeps in, and then you're like forced to deal with it, and he hits you. Try auto-attacking more in the mid lane. It's not the most detailed advice as a non-mid player, but... Side lanes, we talk a lot about maintaining equilibrium. The mid lane is a lot about playing for regen and farm and levels. And it's less about... Because, like, what's the worst that can happen? You shove the lane in from here, and it goes here, and then it comes right back here, right? There's very little wiggle room in the mid lane. Obviously, there's some, and that's where, like, high-level rotations will come in. That doesn't really happen in a lot of pub games. So if the lane moves up and down a little bit, it's actually not that big a deal. So don't worry about, like, oh, I shouldn't push in the lane. It's totally different from going from here all the way to here with side lane camps available and all that. Like, the mid lane is not so much. The worst case scenario is constantly being pressured, which means you can never do anything. You're constantly waiting for the creep waves to come in. He always gets to the runes first. You never get to leave because you have to deal with these mids, and by the time you deal with the mid, the next one's in. So you almost need to kill the mid wave faster to free yourself. There's a whole rhythm to it that I am not so good at. But you see how we ended up losing the mid tower like real early? It's because Sniper kept pushing in waves and we couldn't deal with it. Part of that is the skill build we did that didn't adjust to the Sniper matchup instead of something like a melee mid that you could keep using Shadow Strike on. But also, like, while he's attacking, you're not attacking. And you need to match that a little bit more if you are facing this kind of pressure. I also think we've been 6 for a little bit and haven't quite found a Sonic Wave. Because of the way mid's been going, it's a little awkward. Doing some limit testing. No flame. You've already mentioned it. But yeah, in hindsight, obviously don't need to do that. And we'll save it for later. For example, maybe now, you know. Cool. And then 10-minute rune. Maybe the bounty along the way. Don't waste any time on this. We got to get to that rune. Lena, please. You should call that out to the Lena. She should leave those for you. Yeah, if Sniper's gone, we shove this in. Don't have Scream of Pain, Sonic Wave, so do I really want to come up here? It's kind of dicey. He took your mid tower earlier. You have a catapult wave here. You should probably just force this in, keep attacking this, and when they rotate, then you can teleport up here and join the fight. Yeah, so like we come up, we scare him away, but ultimately I think it would have been okay anyways. And now Sniper can come back here by this point. You should stay here and keep shoving this. You're checking for wards right now, but who even cares? So once this mid tower is down, you're not even going to need mid vision nearly as much. So right now you should use Scream of Pain to kill off this stuff. Hit the range creep, I think once, maybe twice. I think once is enough. You might, I don't know. You'll do it. Hit this, Scream of Pain, kill it, kill this other stuff, tank the tower a little bit if you need to keep this catapult alive. But you can match what he's done. He's taken your tower. You've got a catapult wave. You obliterate this one. You take their tower. Or, like, get it close. to make Sniper regret rotating. Yeah, having lost the catapult means mid will be much harder to push. And then you pushed it and then like kind of TP'd out. You TP'd out in their vision. Let me show you this. So they're going to react, right? They're just going to leave. You have to leave to your side before you TP out. Otherwise, they're going to know. And that's part of why you don't even need to do this. You should keep hitting this. For them to kill you, they need Chronosphere. That could kill you. Otherwise, they have Telekinesis into a stolen spell. So check what he has. And then there's Fire Blast. It's quite difficult to kill you very quickly for their lineup without you just blinking away. So you want to be pretty aggressive in this kind of stuff. Bait these rotations and then just blink away. Of course, be careful to some degree. But we were doing an Antimage replay earlier. And some of it is like, yeah, you got to move around the map, make a move. Queen of Pain's very similar because you too have the 6-second blink. This one's even longer range, 1300. Though I think it's a little slower to use technically. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, the mindset shift from being a support player to feel like... Quick, use another spell. I think he's got it. I think he's got Sonic Wave. Oh shit, yeah, kill him. Hide the shame. Hide the shame. Oh no. Yeah, the support mindset shifting from like, I gotta be more involved, which isn't always true, but frequently, to what do I need for my own timings as the Queen of Pain. Some of your rotations are... I mean, yeah, we talked through them, right? And we see that show up in your net worth. You're 3,700 as opposed to, you know, take a little bit more time for yourself, push some stuff. Which is exactly why you're playing mid, right? To like learn this stuff. And maybe next time you're supporting, you're like, man, my mid's not doing anything. It's like, oh, well, maybe they're not supposed to do anything. Maybe they're supposed to be like hitting some item timing that is stronger, right? That's exactly why this is good to do. We'll get this guy. Yeah, he in the same... This is not a bad rotation in the end, though.
I'm not opposed to you trying to make some plays and stuff happen right now. But I do also think off of a bit of a rough start, we don't quite have the power. If we had Blade Mail there, it's a little better. This goes back to playing the map as opposed to feeling forced. Let's actually go back. All right, free cam again, just to show the where everyone is on the map. So we're trying to make a play top. It's not that we're massively ahead or behind, but it can be hard to know what the net worth distribution is in a game. But it's something you kind of feel the more you play. And I think the feeling you should have is like, I'm not doing the best. But like, TA seems pretty free this game, you know? And I think you can kind of see it in the... actually, that's worse than I thought. 2, 4, and 5 is not as good as I thought. But I guess she has a lot of last hits. Is that a decent amount? Yeah. So I don't know if you have a great read on this game of like what exactly is happening. But never forget, we can TP to stuff. And we can play the map. So as part of being that mobile hero, Sniper is not, right? Where Sniper goes is where Sniper is gonna be, most likely. But you can move, you can push aggressively in ways that Sniper can't, and get that map efficiency that he isn't set up for, but still be in the fights for the plays that he's pushing when you TP in because you see Pudge like land a hook and you immediately come in. So right now, I would argue you could be pushing mid. And like, how do you die? It's got to be Chronosphere or some kind of lift into chain stuns that you can't blink out of. So you could be farming mid, forcing someone to eventually rotate. They don't, so you like start farming their jungles. You get a power rune. With a good power rune, maybe now we're looking to fight. Instead, what are we doing? We're setting up 3-on-3 up here. Undying loves that shit. Sniper, depends on the game. You, in another case where you're doing better, I would actually say this may be okay. This is with the mindset of like, I didn't do that hot in the lanes. We lost the tower early. Maybe you didn't realize that. I don't know. We also have the benefit of like, you know, all this. So maybe I also have extra info to work with here. But I think if you have the rough feel like, I don't have the blade mail yet, I'd really like to get to this blade mail and I become a lot stronger or at least harder to kill, right? So I am focused on catching up. If you farm this, I'm like, okay, that is now the broadsword and then some of the recipe gold. I farm a camp, I farm another creep wave, maybe one more creep wave, boom, blade mail. So with a little bit of farm focus for another minute, you'd have your blade mail. And that makes this kind of awkward. You do have Sonic Wave, and I think that's why you're trying to do this. But these are some tanky heroes. All right, that's even a pretty good Sonic Wave. I think he blade mailed you, though. It's the Guardian Paradox. If you die every 3 minutes, you still out-farm the enemy. That is kind of true. All right, this is the good example. Gave up tier 1, or maybe this is at the tier 1. I'm farming mid. I'm pushing like some of their stuff. They start pushing in real deep like this, right? So now we TP in from over here. We were pushing this in. We TP here. Our creep wave is going to do mid tower damage. I farmed the mid creep wave. They didn't because they're in the middle of this fight. So they're going to lose a creep wave here. Now I TP in and I engage in the fight. This feels much safer to blink into, right? Boom, use it, all your stuff, compared to over here. What am I blinking into? Is a Chronosphere TPing in and getting us? Well, if I know Faceless is here, even if he has TP, I've got at least like 10 seconds before he makes his way here in Chronosphere. So you can kind of see why you don't have to push up into some of this stuff and you can play the rest of the map always knowing I'm actually here. Like that is what the town portal is it represents multiple locations I can be in, but until you have boots of travel, you can't be in the defensive location and teleport to the offensive location. So you have to start in the offensive location and teleport to the defensive location. And there's a little game of chicken of like, which team will TP back first and set you up for a chance to do something. Okay, current read is your actual last hitting was pretty good for a hero you have no experience with. And then off of winning fights, you do seem to be punishing correctly, like pushing in lanes and trying to take towers. It's the kind of in-between, choosing when you go farm, when you go fight, that is tough. Which, that is the hard part about playing core, so I don't blame you for being unsure. And that'll be something for you to just like think about every game as part of like learning these roles. Just think back on it and be like, did I need to do this at this time? Should I have like, so the game suddenly felt so much better once I had Orchid. So maybe that means in the future, I should just farm up the Orchid and then go. I think if you actually blink here, you're okay. Rather than need to Sonic Wave first. But to be fair, you did get 3 triple stunned by a Fire Blast. That was quite unfortunate. I think if you Scream of Pain, blink here. Oh, it was on cooldown, so maybe not. Maybe you did need to throw the ult to try. I'm gonna say that's a bit of an unlucky death because of the chain ignite or fire blast. Though I'll also say if we were a little bit more farmed, maybe we'd not have died anyhow. Get him, gang. All right, my guy. You're hard griefing TA right here. All right, look at the map. When you're dead, spend this time thinking about what you're gonna do, check the hero items, all that stuff. All right, TA is here. What are you doing here? She's gonna farm. So definitely look for somewhere else. You could walk out potentially. If there's like nothing going on, you could walk here, farm this stuff. Okay, TA left, then she's going this way. Okay, you could go top, push us out. To be fair to you, the power runes are up, so there's a case to be made that you should be the one going here and doing this stuff. And if TA felt safe enough to stay in the triangle, I think she should be farming here and then stacking the camp and then farming both. Maybe we can flame supports here a little bit. Where's our wards? Protect this top half? I don't know. I kind of understand why TA maybe doesn't feel comfortable moving in here without more information. In which case we need to adjust. If you want to TP here, you're probably TPing here and then like farming this and moving into this power rune rather than like TPing into this. And if it wasn't a power rune time, then you can just walk, I would say. Okay, I saw 3 heroes bottom, so let's go mid like you just did. What rune have we got? All right. I see you starting to turn this way, but look where TA's going. So TA's going to TP here. What's her farming pattern going to be? It's this into this. Then she's not going to have anywhere to go. So this is kind of like suboptimal. It's this into the triangle, and then she could choose 1, 2, 3-ish different ways to go. That's pretty good. She could push and then just keep going straight, and she might do that because I see 3 heroes here. So how else can I give her confidence to push top? And I myself, who also has some confidence with a shield rune now in the bottle, and these heroes here, maybe I come push mid, and I farm their half of the map. Because what am I worried about? I'm worried about Chronosphere still, but I have the shield rune. So I don't think he can solo kill us. Now, if it's Chrono and Sniper, yeah, I'm getting a little scared. But it looks like this fight is starting to brew bottom, and I'm going to ask my team to just, like, back off. And if they're backing off and these guys are pushing in, then we need to push out the other parts of the map. So you're coming into the triangle right now, but that's going to limit her to go to this suboptimal path or to take this risk of pushing top, which I actually think is not that risky right now. You actually do change your mind. You, like, blink in, and you're like, oh, wait, maybe I should come here. If we had walked out earlier, you would have your TP available. Because we TP'd here, it's not available. That's okay. Your team shouldn't even be fighting right now. You should push mid. You should push this stuff and just wait. Tell your team, like, I don't have TP yet. Let's fight around tier 2 if we're going to fight. Look, they got away without us. Did I know this guy was going to go this far? No. So we're kind of being rewarded. But should he have gone this far? No. So a better player will already have backed off. You'll have walked here and gotten nothing out of it. And then they'll back off. And we're just going to feel sad. Yeah. Be a little... That's okay. He died. That's all we need to know. Be a little careful of these blinks in if you don't know where the sniper is, because he can kill you, right? You need the blink to get away. I would kind of just like wait for a punch hook. Unless that was a coordinated, like, I'll go in and bait. I'd feel better about that if we were more farmed, though. That is a scary one to me. All right. I saw Faceless Void down here and Sniper here. Those are the 2 heroes I am most scared of. So you should keep going mid and farm their stuff. One more creep wave is like right here. So you could probably come over here, farm this stuff, and then cut out, get that wave. Oh yeah, power rune's still here. You get that. Now we go to this wave. All right. So you back straight from here to your own half of the map. That was a very safe play to make. Do I need to be that safe? So I see Chronosphere, or I see Faceless here, representing the Chronosphere. I see Ogre and Undying here. And Sniper was last bottom. That means this jungle is very likely to be open. Or there's one hero here, but the only hero I haven't seen lately is Rubik, and I'm not that scared of Rubik. Maybe I should be, because he keeps stealing good spells. But for now, I'm not that scared of Rubik. So off of this, I think it's understandable to back away from the tower. But if we come here, let's say Lina is a core and she wants to farm. Even if she's a support and she wants to farm, right? We're not ready to engage here. We'll TP here. Okay, we should all farm. So you're going to farm this, and then what? I'll run back mid? Maybe. You're going to go this way? She's going to be running this way. You guys are now going to clash. Earthshaker pushing this. Maybe he gets scared. He falls back. He's like, all this is farm, right? You guys are now really overlapping on each other's farm. And I'm going to now show you the enemy team's position, and this whole area is open. This whole area is open, right? So this is why minimap awareness is really important for all players, especially for mobile cores who part of your thing is playing the map. You really need to be keeping an eye on like who here in the draft, identify who threatens you, who can actually kill you. This is good for anyone to do, but especially these like Juggernaut, Lifestealer, Queen of Pain, Ember, Storm, all these heroes. Who can kill me? Those are the ones I need to be very aware of. Where's the Chronosphere? Okay, Sniper is doing really well this game. He could kill me. Other games he's doing poor. I don't have to worry about him, right? We adjust. Skywrath Mage, Instant Silence is what gets me killed, whatever. Shadow Shaman Lion, all that stuff. If you ever see them on one half of the map and you don't want to engage, move to the other half of the map. The later the game goes and Blink Daggers come online, if more towers are up, it becomes harder. But with tier 2s, like let's say we're pushing this and they have a ward and they know I'm farming this. I'm watching the map. I'm scared of the Shadow Shaman who has Blink, but how long is that? It's 3 seconds plus a little bit of walking and then the Blink, right? So if he starts missing for like 5 seconds, then I'm going to start backing out. But if I see him bottom again, reset the timer, got like 5 seconds. So this is how this is a 3k gold lead for the enemy team. If you come here and you're farming efficiently and Lena's farming efficiently, Earthshaker's pushing this lane and farming this stuff, you're farming this stuff, cutting the next wave, Lena farms this, then farms this, or TA farms this, backs out to here because she's scared of this, farms here, comes here, right? Your team's farming efficiently, they're grouping up for towers. Even as you lose towers, you'll pull a gold lead, or like you'll recover the gold lead. But if you overlap like this, we're going to shortly see 3 of your heroes stop farming. Okay, you actually stop farming because you feel like you need to come help with the fight. But a very similar thing would have happened, right? Like Lena now has nowhere to go. Earthshaker walk through here. You walk through here. You and TA are now farming the same mid wave, right? And again, this whole top half is open. This actual fight right here, kind of tricky. You know what else you could do? Let Sniper push with this creep wave right here. There's another creep wave that's going to be coming along back here. So you could have cut that one, potentially, right? Depending what we see. Because you're not ready to TP mid, you're farming this, you're watching. It's like, oh, we don't want to fight mid, but we don't want to give it for free. You come over here, cut the next wave. They don't have a creep wave to push. Now Sniper happens to be one of the few heroes who could, maybe keep chipping this for a while, but soon the back door will kick up. You'll be okay. Now we do get Sniper because he pushed too far. And now, let's see. I'm still kind of scared of Faceless Void. I didn't see that. Don't worry. No one saw that one either. How'd he have that? That's crazy. I mean, yeah, this fight could have been fine overall, I suppose. Oops. Gonna go to free camera again, just to... This is the Dota map. And this is where everybody is. So there's a lot of open space. One of these teams, in almost any game, one team wants to be farming and one team wants to be fighting. Whichever team it is depends on the scenario, depends on what's going on, but that's what's currently being missed. It's how much space there is. If one of these teams felt like, oh, I just need space to farm, but like, man, they're on our half of the map. You know, they're like pushing up right here. Yeah, that means everything else is open. So instead of like, oh, I just can't get to my farm, just go this way. Go farm their triangle. I bet that's open, right? Just go cut the wave behind them. Oh, they're pushing our tier 2. Well, someone over here can just pop through and cut this wave. The guy top who didn't want to fight this lane can go through the twin gate, cut the wave, and then twin gate back, right? Tons of options once you open your mind to like just directly walking down places. And that's what a lot of people struggle with is with free camera, it becomes very obvious. But the map awareness is what lets you look at this very dark map but still kind of know Faces, Void, and Sniper are right here. There is a very high chance that despite not being able to see it, I'm pretty sure most of our heroes could farm this area extremely safely. And then as people go missing, I start to get scared of this area and this twin gate. But without that vision, a lot of people don't connect those dots. And they keep running into stuff like this, and then later it'll be like, we were given no space by the dire lineup. They were always pushing our base. This is the space. I'm not saying you're saying that, but like I get it a lot, you know. I get that kind of stuff. Like they just kept grouping and we couldn't farm anything. It's like go watch the replay in free mode and see that there's in fact quite a lot of space to be farming. Oh yeah, 6 Sonic Wave. That's the first one I've seen in about 4 minutes. Very, very good. That's a solid one right there. Get that Sand and Yasha. All right, game's pretty much over from here. Nice. Let's see. Yeah, they eventually... I mean, it does look like you guys actually have a little bit more of a window. But yeah, eventually they pull a gold lead. Gets tough. But also, if you were ever feeling bad in the game, just realize, yeah, it was pretty close for like 30-plus minutes. So we did have a window in that time. Though the later you go, I mean, it is Chronosphere, Sniper. That's going to be pretty miserable. Pretty miserable. This is one you actually try to rat to death. This is one you, like, only TP back for, like, defensive fights, and you're non-stop pushing other lanes. And they go, this Queen of Pain rat. There's just no way to deal with it. And it would be really tough for them to deal with it. An option for you in the future. Okay, where are we at? We are at 4 hours and 48 minutes. 7 p.m. here. I was kind of thinking about doing one more as a raffle since we had a lot of the donated ones, which fine by me, but you know, for the people who were hoping to get a free replay and I do want to help, I was kind of hoping to end on one, but then that means we're going to end at like later, and I said I was supposed to do a shorter one to try to give myself a easier stream. What if we do one random one, but it's quick, and or it might just be a podcast. We might be rambling. I might not be giving any useful information. Ugh. I was gonna say Sniper's not here. You guys maybe actually could have fought that, but unfortunately both you and TA got found. Not the combo we want found.
Necro's hurting.
Quick one from Johnny Rotten. Veno 4, Ancient. I lost the lane because I didn't TP. That is a fast one. It sounds like you should have TP'd. But if you've already got that lesson, then we can see what else. I'm pretty sure this will just be an equilibrium question. I'm going to give you like 2 equilibrium tricks, and then that'll probably be it. I don't know what rank to put here. I'm just going to put Archon, as that's about average. I'm party with Necro if that makes a difference. The only slight difference is I would say that your lane pairing is not very strong. If you're partied with your offlaner, this is a pretty weak lane. Necro likes a lot of upfront help and then someone who can move around. I will say, what you have going for you is that if you give him a strong start, you can go jungle, and he likes being left alone. Depending on the matchup, I suppose. But you're pretty weak the first 2 to 3 levels, and that's the window that Necro is also very weak and needs help getting through. So you guys are like double downing on, if we get through this ultra weak period, we can both really pop off. If we don't screw it up and then they just punish us through that pop off period because we lost so hard being both weak heroes in the first 3 levels. So that's the only thing I'll really comment on for being a duo. Now, potentially, with some creep tricks, you can both set yourselves up to make this happen. So you get a kill, 2 kills. Necro TPs, you walk. Yeah, I would say if you also TP, that would be good. Nature's pretty strong level 1. Maybe not the strongest, decent level 1. Tusk, very strong early game. So your mindset into this, not that you knew your safe lane immediately, but the reason I think it's worth TPing is because we've talked about how weak you guys are. And the potential risk of like, okay, what is the safe lane combo? Many of them are going to be stronger than us. So we need to be here as soon as possible to get things going for us and to maybe block some stuff, which actually looks like it did happen earlier. I just kind of forgot about that. Okay, Necro does a little bit of body blocking. You can tell your friend, let 1 through, body block the last 3. That's a trick that he can do right away. In case you don't want to TP, maybe the fight wasn't here, maybe it's a little closer, and you're just like, I'm going to be 5 seconds late, you know? This is a good trick, letting the first one go through and blocking the rest to passively get the equilibrium going your way. In this case, it actually doesn't matter too much because all of his creeps did focus your creep from the blocking he did. But you see how your creeps split their attention a little bit. So 3 of them are focusing this one and 1 guy is focusing this one. That's what we're trying to avoid by blocking the back 3 and letting the first one go. It gets focused by all the enemy creeps and it will die a little sooner because it's on its own. Then the rest of the creeps show up. So you're not going to split focus. So that's something he could have done. If he dies, you guys are screwed because he TP'd here. So if he TPs, he has to be very careful if you're not TPing. If you TP, you actually both still need to be a bit careful because if either of you die, it's still bad. But it would be a little easier. So I see what you say about, okay, I didn't TP, kind of cost us the lane. What do I do from here? So it's still kind of the same. I still need the lane to come back as quickly as possible because that's where we're going to be safe versus the Tusk. This lane is blocked, so any creep tricks, that helps us a lot. If you could aggro the creep wave, that'd be good. This is scaring me because it's a little too close, so they might run me down the same way they ran the Necromancer down. Creep pull this one could be an option. So here, if you know your lane is super ass, 2 sentry start, 1 to block, 1 to open. You bought 2 tangos. As you can see, we don't need 2 tangos. 1 set would be okay. So if you know your lane sucks, 1 set, get a second sentry, and then as you're walking here, 48 seconds is about a good time to do it. Put your sentry in this spot back here in case he's doing the sneaky thing, like right here. You put yours to the left, get it. You actually have a quelling blade, so it wouldn't matter that much. You could put it here and then just cut this stuff, but like whatever, it doesn't really matter. Point is, you make sure this camp spawns outside of him body blocking, and that will give us the option to do a hard pull at 117. Okay, you're scared, so you stay in the distance. This is good. The distance you're at is solid. Don't even walk up too close. Try to do some creep aggro here. You see how you went for this last hit? So you went for this deny. What's more impactful for your equilibrium is not this deny attempt, although it's nice if you can do it safely. If you creep aggro these guys out, and even 1 creep walks under tower, this creep maybe doesn't count because it's so low. If either of these creeps walks under tower, you've done it. You've won. Your lane's good till 3 minutes. So it's pretty risky to do because you're by yourself. He doesn't have TP. You're a slow and scary, like sluggy hero. But if you're going to deny this, it's like the same distance as walking a little further to creep aggro, but way more benefit. So if you're going to take the risk, same risk, take the highest reward option. And because you didn't die or you didn't teleport, you actually do have one. This is one of those cases where it's okay to die in the lane if you're setting up good creep equilibrium, potentially. And this could be one of those cases. You die, that feels bad, but you get the lane back. They lose control of the creeps. It shoves up. This camp's blocked. This camp's open. And suddenly you guys are in recovery mode for the next like 2 minutes. So in this case, you get a deny, or you go for a deny and you get a last hit. But the equilibrium is still manageable for them. If they just start focusing these 2 creeps, the lane will balance out. And yeah, they are starting to work on it. It's pushing a little bit, but look, it's manageable, right? This range creep is now focused. They're not doing the best at it. There was a little too much aggro there. So you see the lane is pushing. That's why you guys don't even need to take this initial risk. We are in full terror mode right now, by the way, just to like set the tone. They're level 2. They're stronger. We're weak, even if we were level 2. Very weak. Your friend probably needs to get Ghost Shroud level 2 at this rate. But this wave is pushing. Because they messed up, this wave is pushing. You just need to make sure they don't get the hard pull. Necro just needs to absorb XP. I know Tusk is on the right side. So you two should both immediately run to the left. There's 0 reason to engage in Tusk because Tusk scares the shit out of me. So go to the left and avoid Tusk. And Tusk will run this way and you'll see him running through the creep wave. So you'll know, is he coming through here? Is he coming through here? Is he coming through here? And in the meantime, the 2 of you on the left are going to see him coming this way. And then you're going to go, okay, we fall all the way back. Or depending on the lineup, maybe you could like do something like this versus a Tusk. I would not. I would just take like the ultra safe path all the way around. Maybe one hero moves this way. It's probably you, right? So Necro goes this way, hides. As this guy like crosses this tree, Necro like goes through here. You can time this because you see him through the lane. You can like move this way to make sure like this doesn't spawn if he has already blocked it. You could also be moving this way to creep drag the next one or to block it. And as you see Tusk leave the lane to deal with you, you just TP out and Necro walked into the lane in this time. Lots of little tricks. You guys look for the Tusk. You guys like move to the Tusk. This is a lack of sense of danger. And this is the punish. The danger was the Tusk. And you see if you had just stayed on the left for 10 more seconds, this is where the creep moves up. And now you guys can play the lane like right here, and it's much safer for you guys. So I think you guys didn't see the goal. What's that meme where the guy's like digging for diamonds and he stops right before diamonds? You guys were right at the diamonds, but you didn't know. And so you went another angle. And that angle was a pitfall into TNT. The mine blew up. Same deal. Quick He tried to do a pull, he messed it up. Quick analysis. Do we need to do anything? No. There's nothing to be done. You prevent the pull. Start cutting these trees so it'll be a little easier to see the creeps. Right now you have to like walk up to here. That's scary. If you cut all these trees, you can do it from like here. You can see what's going on. You already have the quelling blade, so why not? This will push. They're all focusing the banner creep. Hit the banner creep once if it's safe to do so. If not, that's okay. 4 creeps versus 3 creeps. It's pushing. This will, again, the diamonds are on the horizon. It will move up to here. And you just need to not let the pull happen. You guys try to go aggressive on natures a little bit. Not really necessary. And your friend did take Ghost Ride level 2, so actually safe. If he didn't do that, it would have been a bigger issue. Thank goodness for Ghost Shroud level 2, I gotta say. But also, analysis, do I need to harass them? Do I need to do anything? No. We are in recovery mode for our weakest period. We just chill. You're really pushing it when equilibrium's in your favor. 2 range creeps. This is golden. It's very hard to fix 2 range creeps outside of pulls, and this is still blocked. You should be sitting here for quite a while, unless you die, and then this shoves under tower. So you guys shouldn't be looking to be aggressive at all. I feel like you guys don't recognize that you're in a bad spot. You're playing like you're not. But you should just be trying to minimize this. This is the micro version of, you know, in the game, you're like, oh, we're 10k behind at 15 minutes. So we need to avoid them and be 10k behind at 25 minutes, and that's not as bad. And then 10k behind at 35 minutes, that's actually quite playable. You guys are behind. Down a level, down several hundred gold. That's quite a lot for the early game. For 2 minutes, for 1 minute, right? But if you're down a level and a couple hundred gold at 6 minutes, at 8 minutes, that's nothing, right? That's like fine. And so that's what we're doing right here. We're just trying to bypass this like really bad period, but you guys are still engaging them a little, and it's quite risky. They're messing up a little bit. They're going over aggressive, and so you guys are actually just about getting a return kill. That's actually quite good. They're kind of messing up how they do it. Slash, we have Ghost Shroud, so we're kind of good again. But ideally, he wouldn't have had to take Ghost Shroud at level 2. You would have had a better start, and he gets it at like level 4. Though at the same time, level 2 Ghost Shroud has clearly paid off, so maybe he should have done it anyways. Maybe I'm a bad Necro offlane player. Am I not trading better unless Tusk engages me? Technically true, but as a slow hero with 280 move speed versus Sprout, Ice Shards, and Snowball, and then a slow on tag team, it's very difficult to, like, you might have the temporary one-on-one, but the ensuing 2-on-1 is very fast. And will you do enough damage? Let's say, like, oh, I'm going to harass him one-on-one. I'm going to get the favorable trade for 2 seconds. And then in 5 seconds, I'm going to die. You're not going to kill him in that 5 seconds. Like that, from that 2 to 5 second window, you're going to end up dying. He's going to get a kill. It's going to be worth it for him. So you can take one-on-one trades. You just have to be very careful of it. And after losing Necro, like, what was that? 2 deaths on Necro. You almost died, right? You guys are a level down. I would just be more careful. If you guys hadn't done all that and you want to try this one-on-one stuff, I'd be okay with it. But I just think you should be a little bit more careful for where that game is at. Things are balancing out now. And if you do a little bit more aggression here, I'd say it's okay. But we do still see like some issues, right? There's like a 500 gold difference, which earlier when we had 1,000 gold and he had 1,500 gold, that was like 50% more money than I had. When we were 600 gold and he was 1,000, he had twice my money. Now it's only like 30% of my money, right? That's kind of what I mean by where we're pushing the goalposts back on our disadvantage by slowing things down.
Witch Doctor's here. All right. Just a little slow on the Wisdom Shrine, so this guy ends up sniping it. You guys kill Tusk in exchange, though. Another Sunstrike gets Necro. All right, Wraith King is doing well. Looks like Kunkka's okay, too. Damn, these Sunstrikes. All right, Necro. All right, things are kind of balanced a bit. Give a belter straight into the mic, Jupiter. Let it out. All right, landing stage is broken down now, so that's where we'll stop with this one. Yeah, the other lanes are doing well enough to play around, so now you guys can go work with them. By the way, I don't think they can actually deal with your Plague Wards all that well, which is partly a reason to, like, get points in them. But also, I actually think you can go Poison Sting if you want. I'd say, like, you could get away with, like, 1-3-1. If you want to go, like, 1-2-2, I'm okay with that, into, like, 1-4-2. I think that's okay. I don't actually think you need this maxed. Kunkka, Venge, and Tusk, which are going to be the 3 most active heroes, don't deal with the Plague Wards all that well. So you can kind of opt for more damage. Spread these out a little more, by the way. You see how this creates a very powerful zone that they're not going to want to walk through? 2 Plague Wards creates a pretty strong zone that they're not going to want to walk through. So this is kind of overkill. Especially when a guy TP's right here, Kunkka TP's here, into the boat combo, and then Sunstrike, and we had no idea it was coming, you know? So you want to cover some of these. You want to put, like, a Plague Ward in here to see TPs. You want to see, like, wraparounds, Plague Ward out here. It's like, oh, what if they're coming in from the Twin Gate? You know, Plague Ward over here. You want a couple in close proximity, and then the rest more spread out. The rest are for vision and to prevent the closing in, cancel blink, stuff like that. And then the couple wards are where you're going to play. So, like, this is where we're going to play with, like, 2 Plague Wards here, 1 here, 1 here, a little further back for the vision. They're not going to want to go through here. As we shift, we put another Plague Ward because they're, like, fighting us. The 4, as soon as, look, you're moving away from the 4, right? No safety whatsoever. They'll kill you here and the 4 won't do anything. But maybe they won't kill you as you move here because you had 1 Plague Ward here, seeing that they were coming from the Twin Gate to get you. So usually you want to scatter this a bit more, especially on tower pushes. Place, like, 2 close together, place 2 more further apart. You can place the 3rd one kind of, like, back in your, like, PowerPoint area, and then scatter them again. Adjust based on what you see. Where you're playing. All my wards are up here. Move up. Move up. All right, now the new area is down here, so now you kind of can play this area. But that means we need, like, 1 up here to see this kind of stuff. Okay. Yo, shout out from the Philippines. What up? I want to visit one day. I want to eat some Philippines food. Yum. Johnny Rotten, no problem. Happy to help. Okay. We're going to stop for today, guys. This is actually still a decent length stream, actually. Maybe didn't cover as many games as some of our older streams, but we'll find the right balance. I do want to keep today a little... I don't know. Some days we ramble on for like 3 more hours, and I think that gets to me. So we're not going to do it today. Are you still honoring the 20K redeem, by the way? I have been a little hit or miss on that. once we started multi-streaming, I felt like it was kind of unfair for Twitch. At the same time, you know, it was the established community. Maybe there should be an advantage there. So I didn't allow it for a while. I think I'm going to start allowing like one a stream, maybe. Maybe I'll change the amount of points or something. Because if we do allow it, Twitch people could redeem it every single time. And no one on YouTube would ever get it. Just because... I don't do much with points, and there's a lot of people with a lot of points. So that's the issue. I do want to keep it like fair between the different platforms. Love from India. You know what I love about Indian food? I have no idea what's in it because there's so many spices I'm unfamiliar with. You know, like in America, I eat something, you know, they give me something that's like, oh yeah, I could taste like a couple of these. I could take my best guess at making it. A lot of Asian food. I mean, I grew up with like Chinese, Singaporean food, right? So like I can take my guess at like what's in it. It's like, here's a curry. I'm like, this is crazy. I have no idea where to begin with it. It's like such a, I don't know. I love that surprise element of like, I have no idea. I could not tell you what was in this. I have no idea how to replicate it. And I have no idea on the cooking processes. Thank you. I appreciate the Prime subs and everything. Thank you very much. It's all garam masala. I am learning that's a big part of it. I tried, there was a restaurant here. We're going to be wrapping up the stream here in a moment. It's ramble mode for a little bit. I tried one Indian place here, and I knew it was going to be, not that I would know, because I've never been to India. Though Singapore has a decent amount of like Indian food, but it is still a little different because it's in Singapore, so it's been like influenced. But I went into this Indian restaurant and I was like, I felt it was going to be pretty authentic because they were playing, they had two giant TVs and one TV had Bollywood films playing and the other had cricket. And I don't know, that felt so authentic compared to like the American Indian places. I don't know. It just had the vibe. It had the vibe. It was pretty good too. Thank you for the offer. One day I would love to travel over. I don't know when that'll be. Why is Luna such a shit carry? I actually think for pubs, Luna is okay. I'm actually, what's her current win rate in the meta? Um, 49-ish, high 48s, right? Like technically a little low, but honestly, it's not that bad. I would say there's just, for a while, there's been a lot of strong offlaners, and she was in a little bit of a weaker state. Because usually you pick Luna to be a strong carry that hits a good early timing. You like fight your way through the lane, you flash farm camps. Your late game scaling's not the best, but you're kind of like Antimage, where you're hitting your late game while they're in their mid game, and that's kind of what Luna did. But then she got nerfed and other people got buffed. So then her early game is not that strong and other people's early games were. And then her late game scaling wasn't that great. So that's why she dropped off. Current meta, a lot of strong offlaners who are building blade mail. And she doesn't like dealing with blade mails because she dies to a lot of blade mails. So that's why she kind of dropped for a while. But I am seeing a resurgence of Luna, not like a bunch, but like enough. Following an Aghanims build, you use it to just like quickly pick off a hero, but also get a bunch of damage from it. So I actually don't think she's too bad right now. She's not the best state she's ever been, but I feel like in the right game, she's okay. Yeah, it's kind of like a timing thing with Luna, but it's also not like. It's usually a team thing as well. You know, like, we want a strong early mid-game. We have strong early mid-game heroes, and now we get the Luna, you know? It's like a team victory aligning up together. as opposed to like, I need the late game winner. Let's go Luna. Luna's not really that hero. You want someone, you pick her because you see like the good offlane matchup, and you know like, okay, we've also got Dragonite, we got like early aura builders, is gonna work out. That's where she is in the pro meta right now. Hey, good morning. Though unfortunately, the stream's about to end soon. Because for me, it is evening. It's getting into evening. I got to go sort out dinner. Got to keep working on different stuffs. Honestly, the guide is about the same for the Nature's Prophet support. The harder part is the early laning, because they changed the way Sprout is. So using the Sprout for healing's trickier. Try to eat your tangos on the Sprout. You get the double value. Try to get your carries to eat the tango Sprouts. But otherwise, like once you get through the laning stage, it's really the same nature as it was before. You know, be greedy farming, teleport to fights, item build. Spirit Vessel Shard is good again, but you can still do a whole bunch of different builds. So if you go watch the Nature's Guide, Iron Treant is now gone, but like all the ideas behind him are the same. It's like, as you change, okay, look, if you change Healing Sprout, oh, that Sprout talent's broken. It doesn't matter. So long as Nature's Prophet has teleportation as his W ability, and it is in some form of viable state, he will always be the map efficient hero who does enough and shows up to the fights to bring the numbers different. Like, that's his thing. If they change that, then yeah, it's going to be really different. We're going to have to look into that. But pretty much any variation of like number changes to the hero, it doesn't really matter. NP is pretty popular. Yeah, NP is popular. Blade Mail necessary for every game? You still, only for certain heroes, but if it's remotely a decent Blade Mail game, you're gonna get it. It's a very solid item right now. Helps you with farming, helps you with the fighting, of course. A lot of tanky heroes, so it's good for that. A decent amount of healers in the meta, so anytime you've got healing, not only are you getting the effective HP from the armor of the Blade Mail, but then that means you're technically doing more damage, right? Because you can reflect more damage with the Blade Mail. So the more they have to hurt you, the more they have to hurt themselves. So it's part of why Blade Mail is pretty solid right now. All right. I think I'm going to raid October. I have to do a little bit of work stuff tomorrow, I think, but I hope to have enough time to do a stream, but I think it'll be a variety stream. And honestly, Friday might be as well. I have no inside info, for the record, guys, but EWC is approaching its end. I know we only kind of recently had a patch, so I don't really expect a new patch, but if there's going to be any TI stuff coming out, right? Like, at any moment after EWC ends could be it. And as soon as it hits, small or large, I feel like we're in Dota mode till TI happens. So I feel like we should do as much variety stuff until then, because once it hits, we're in, you know? What do you do for work? It's this. I have made the foolish decision to leave a proper job and attempt a career as a content creator, caster, YouTuber, whatever. So this is it. Kind of making it work. It's not very stable compared to other stuff, but am I making minimum wage at least? Yes. Surpassed it. With the start of casting, fully cleared it. Prior to beginning casting, I was past it, but it kind of depended how much time I had to do YouTube videos and all that stuff. And then like that stuff's kind of fickle. But with casting, we are well past it now. Still not enough for me to feel super comfortable, because like if this fails, it's not a stable, like switch to another content creator job, right? So that's kind of the risk. If I knew I could do this for like 30 more years, I'd be fine. But it's the risk of like, well, next year could be it. What's the security? That's the part where it doesn't feel like I'm very secure. But technically on a year to year, I'm relatively happy with where we made it to. Every streamer's dream. Yeah. And I actually appreciate that. It's nice to be reminded, as much as like I was just saying the hassle of like the security. I do recognize a lot of people would love to be in this position, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess if Dota dies, we're all going to be looking for a new game, right? So we'll figure it out. We'll all migrate to another game together and figure out what that is. I don't know what I would go to first. I guess we'll see what's the cool game at that time. All right, I'm gonna start the raid to October. I do rent. I live with my fiance, so honestly, she handles she's the true breadwinner. But we're at least able to contribute a little bit to like other day-to-day costs. Do you think gaming will die 10 years later? I don't think it'll ever die. Society as a whole will collapse before people stop enjoying playing games, you know? There's always going to be some form of entertainment that calls to people. Now, if all of society collapses, then that's a different issue. But so long as there's some form of society, people will look for like some kind of entertainment. And what that is may change. You know, we go from PC gaming to like VR headsets, and we're like in the VR world like the different animes have, but something of that sort will exist. At least that's my take, but what do I know? Okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging around today. I hope you guys had a good time, learned some stuff, had a, chill day. Hopefully we fit in some variety tomorrow or Friday. And we'll go from there. I'll see you guys all later. Twitch people, I'm going to send you over to October, who is playing some Dota. So you can check out more there. Peace out, Twitch people. Send you on over. YouTube gang. What up? League. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Maybe. I don't know. I would have to sit and think about it. I might try like variety at that time for a little bit. Might try my hand at other stuff. Why not if Dota has died out? But I don't expect Dota to die like anytime soon. As much as we doom and gloom it, right? It's a very solid game. I think it'll go on for at least a little bit more. And in that time, we'll see. We'll see what side options we can come up with. All right, YouTube gang. I will see you later. There may not be a bunch of YouTube videos coming out for a bit as part of like chilling on Dota till hopefully this battle pass or whatever comes out. Who knows when? But